Johnson, Violet Martin, Ryan Metzger, Jordan Nordic, Chloe Nordic.
All right, so what we will do, we'll kind of make a circle around and then bring them around and face them that direction, okay? Head to tail. Yep. We will stop right there, okay? If you want to help your mentor set your goat up.
Welcome to the Goat Show. Testing. Can everybody hear okay? We're good?
What's your name?
Okay.
Ty?
What's your name?
Louder?
Yeah, okay.
Better?
And your goat's name is Tiny.
Can you hear me?
What
Can you
breed
hear me
is
now?
Tiny?
Okay.
Nigerian dwarf.
Okay, and is that a dairy goat or a meat goat?
Do you want it for meat or milk?
Milk. Awesome. And is it a doe or a wether? A girl or boy? A girl, yep, a doe. That's awesome. Hi, how are you?
Good.
What's your name?
My name is Ryan Metzger.
Okay, and what's your goat's name?
George.
George, that's an awesome name. So is George a doe or a wether?
It's a weather.
And is it a market goat?
Yes.
And how much does he weigh?
60 pounds.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello. How are you? Good. What's your name? Jordan. What's your goat's name? Bob. Is Bob a doe or a wether? A wether. And how much does he weigh? I would say about 50 some pounds. Does that sound about right?
She weighs about as much as you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hi. How are you? Good. What's your name?
Chloe.
Chloe. And what's your goat's name?
Star.
Star. I have a goat named Star. That's awesome. So, what breed is Star? Do you know what type of goat she is?
Boar.
A boar. Okay. And do you know how old she is?
2.
2. Awesome. Hi. How are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Nathan.
Nathan. And what's your goat's name?
Oliver.
Ah. And is it a doe or a wether?
Owedo.
How much does he weigh?
52.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi. How are you? What's your name?
Cameron.
And what's your goat's name? Flip. Is Flip a doe or a wether? A doe. Do you know what breed she is? Awesome. Thank you. Hi, how are you? Good. What's your name?
Trayson.
Jason. And what's your goat's name?
Sapphire.
Seth. I have one of those too. Oh my goodness. What breed is she?
She's a La Mancha.
A La Mancha. And is that a dairy goat or a meat goat? I think it's a dairy goat. Do you milk her? No. Okay. Hi, how are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Elise.
Elise. What's your goat's name?
Millie.
Millie. And what breed is Millie?
Nubian Alpine.
Awesome. Is that a dairy goat or a meat goat?
Dairy.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, how are you?
Good.
What's your goat's name? Brownie. And what's your name?
Teddy.
What's her name?
Oh, okay. And what breed is your goat? Alpine cross. Is that a dairy goat or a meat goat?
Dairy.
Dairy. Okay. Hi, how are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Violet.
Violet. And what's your goat's name?
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin. What breed is Pumpkin?
Border.
A boar goat. Is she a meat goat or a dairy goat?
Meat.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, how are you? Good. What's your name?
Rachel.
Rachel. And what's your goat's name?
Boy.
Okay. And how much does he weigh? Does he weigh about 50 pounds? Yeah. And is it a doe or a wether? Okay, thank you. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna walk them around and bring them in side by side. So make sure you leave enough space for everyone, okay? So. Yep, and then you're gonna bring your goat right here, okay? There. There. Okay. All right, you'll take your goat right there, okay? What's your name?
Riley.
Riley, and what's your goat's name?
Stella.
Stella. And what breed is Stella?
I've already forgot.
Is she a dairy goat or a meat goat?
Dairy.
Dairy. Is she a Nubian?
Yes.
Yes.
And Kiko.
And
Kiko.
awesome. Okay. What's something you learned about your goat this year? Okay. What is something you learned about your goat this year?
I learned how to cast it.
Awesome.
Is this any better sound-wise?
Okay. What did you learn about your goat this year? Did you learn how to walk it or feed it or?
Feed it.
Okay, awesome. What did you learn about your goat this year?
Walk it.
Okay.
Feed it. Give it plenty of water.
Okay.
Give it baths.
Yeah.
Trimming nails. And haircuts.
Awesome. What's something you learned about your goat this year?
That if you put, we were walking on the left side, but then if we put it on the right side, it didn't really work good.
Ah,
And
yeah.
So then that's how we know when it doesn't work good.
Awesome. Thank you. What is something you learned about your goat this year?
She is Nubian. I forgot.
That's okay. Thank you. What's something you learned about your goat this year?
How old she is?
Ah, okay. Thank you. What's something you learned about your goat this year? Did you learn its breed or how to take care of it? Yeah. Okay. What did you learn about your goat this year? Did you learn how to walk it and take care of it? Yeah. What's something you learned about your goat this year?
How old it is?
How old it is? Okay, thank you. What did you learn about your goat this year? Did you learn how to walk them? Okay, thank you. And what did you learn about your goat this year? Did you learn how to walk them and get them ready for the fair? Okay, thank you.
So we changed the system a little bit. So you just have to press this down until the red light comes on.
Okay. Okay, we have our Clover Bud exhibitors out in the ring. There's quite a few of them. However, I am going to take an opportunity for them to tell us a little bit about their goats. Clover Buds is a great way to learn about an animal, to learn if this is a project they want to do as they get older. So all of these exhibitors have done a great job today getting these animals ready for the fair. So I'm just going to start down here on this end, and I'm going to have our 4-H members tell me their name and tell me their goat's name. That was one of the questions I asked them as they brought their goats in the ring. I asked them a couple other things as well, but just so that they get practice talking to the judge and also talking to people about their animals, I'm just going to have them introduce themselves and their goat. What's your name and what's your goat's name?
Taylor,
And what's your goat's name?
Tiny,
Taylor and Tiny. Awesome duo. What's your name?
Ryan Metzger,
And what's your goat's name?
George,
Ryan and George. That's a great group too. What's your name?
Jordan,
And what's your goat's name?
Bob,
Jordan and Bob. Let's give them a round of applause. What's your name and what's your goat's name?
Chloe, Nordic, and Star.
And Star. Let's give her a round of applause. What's your name?
Nathan,
And what's your goat's name?
Oliver,
Let's give them a round of applause. What's your name?
Cameron,
This is Cameron, and what's your goat's name?
Flip,
And Flip. Let's give him a round of applause as well. What's your name and what's your goat's name?
Tristan, and Sapphire.
Let's give them a round of applause. What's your name?
Elise,
Elise, and what's your goat's name?
Nellie,
And Millie, let's give her a round of applause. What's your name?
Sage,
And what's your goat's name?
Teddy,
And Teddy, let's give them a round of applause. What's your name and what's your goat's name?
Violet, and Pumpkin.
Let's give her a round of applause. What's your name and what's your goat's name?
Rachel and Warren.
Let's give them a round of applause. And our last one, what's your name and what's your goat's name?
Riley and Stella.
Let's give them a round of applause. So as they leave the arena again, give them a round of applause and thank you to the mentors and parents that have helped these Clover Bud exhibitors get these animals ready for the fair. Okay, you guys can. You can just come around. You can set them up right there. When was she born?
April 20th.
When was she born? When was she born?
February 19th.
When was she born?
March 18th, 2019.
When was she born?
April 26th.
Okay. And when was she born?
April 22nd.
Okay, when was she born?
April 16th.
Okay. When was she born?
March 20th, I think.
Okay. And when was she born?
March 8th.
I just have a question. Birth dates after March 1st for this one, right?
I know my cheat sheet here. Junior birthday March 1st.
Okay.
Some
Because
older ones.
there's one in here that said February 16th.
Oh, so I wonder who that is. Yeah, then we need to move it to the other class, the next class, senior.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
The third one in.
Oh, Thea? Yeah. Okay, so third one, Thea also.
What was your doe's birth date again?
February 19th.
Okay, so that should actually be in the next class up
Okay.
because this is after March 1st.
Oh.
Okay. So if you want to go talk to Tammy, we'll get you. Okay. So what we will do. So what we'll do is walk them around and then come in side by side. So. Right there. You guys can just come in. And actually, if you guys want to step them about 4 steps this way, because there's like a little dip there. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So yeah, just keep them in side by side there. Yeah, just kind of find a hole to go in there side by side.
On deck is the senior meat breeding doe kid. Would be Noah Anderson, Samuel Danielson, Harley, David Carter, Claire Metzger, and Thea Olson. If that doesn't sound right, let me know. I'm off to a good start.
Can you take these 2 does and bring them in between these 2 right here? Yeah, so just kind of. Yeah, yours can go right in here and the brown doe can go. Can you take your dough around and start a line up head to tail? You can take your dough behind that dough.
This one?
That one. Just. I'll have you take your dough next behind that group. Yeah, you can just pull right out front there. I'll have you take your goat next. We'll go this one and then this one. This one and then this one. Okay, we're just gonna make a small circle around. I just wanna make sure that they all walk the way I saw them walk to begin with. And then you're gonna just kind of come right up the center here. Right there's good. Yeah. Yeah, so let's just make a line. So if you want to bring yours back. Okay, so what we'll do, you can just take this dough behind that one. So yeah, just make us. Okay. So these girls, compared to some of the other goats in their class, are a lot smaller for their frame. So they just need to mature a little bit better. And I think they have a lot of good sound structure there. They just don't have enough to compete with the goats standing ahead of them, okay? These two does, I think, are very similar in the way they're made. They're both very bold and coarse through their shoulders. They have a lot of muscle in their top. However, they give up some muscle in their leg to kind of compete with the does ahead of them. And then this pair, I think this is another good pair of goats. One thing that I noticed between these two does and these two is their rib right here. They're both kind of flatter in their rib. They don't have as much openness and spring of rib. So that is why they're standing here today. And then this doe here, I would just like to see her a little bit more feminine fronted. When you look at this doe, she's very well balanced. This one gets a little coarse in its shoulder, but she balances out very nicely. So. We have our junior doe kids in the ring right now. This class really breaks down into 4 sets of pairs, I think, as you look down this class. There's a lot of similarities within like the first 2, the 3rd and 4th goats, the 5th and 6th goats, and then the 7th and 8th goats. And that's kind of how they've sorted themselves today. The young man's goat caught my eye when she walked in the ring. She has a better outline for us. She's long and more feminine fronted. You really have to appreciate her head and breed character as well. She's very smooth in her shoulder, very open in her rib, deep through her barrel. And she still has a lot of muscle through her loin. She's very expressive in her leg and pops in her stifle when she gets out on the move, and is the strongest on her feet and legs. The young lady's doe that stands into second, I think most closely follows our class winner. When you look at this doe's rib shape, she's bolder and more well sprung in her rib. She's a little bit longer barreled than some of the other does in this class. She does have more muscle in her leg and more expression in her leg compared to our doe standing in 3. When we get 3 and 4, again, I think these 2 does are similar in their type and kind, especially when you look at them in their rib shape. They're a little bit flatter in their rib, and that's what moves them into 3 and 4. They are very feminine fronted, however, they do not have the body capacity or the muscle dimension and expression to compete with the does ahead of them. The does that come out 5 and 6, again, does that have a tremendous amount of power through their front end, however, they are a little coarser made, would like to smooth up that shoulder a little bit. I think these does would make great leather sires because they do have a tremendous amount of muscle in their loin. And then the girls placing 7 and 8. These does are just a little bit smaller frame size right now for their age. Very green. I would like to see them with more pounds of muscle on them. They are very structurally sound does. They're just out competed today. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Claire Metzger and Thea Olson.
You guys can just come around and set them up head to tail. Right there is good. Poor thing. When was she born?
She was born, February 5th.
Okay. When was she born? When was she born?
February 22nd.
When was she born?
December 30th, 2018.
Okay. When was she born?
March 20th.
And when was she born?
Our fall early
Okay.
breeding doe, we have 1 entry, and that's Julia Johnson.
I'll have you guys make a circle around and bring them in side by side. You want to just bring her right here. Yeah, we'll just kind of fill down the line here. So she was end of February?
Yes.
Okay. She was end of January?
Yeah.
Early February? We're gonna go 1 and then 2, so you can just take her right over there. We're gonna bring her and then this doe.
I know she's little. Wasn't expecting Gwen.
Yeah.
She got so sick. It killed 18 of my goats.
Oh gosh.
So the fact that she made a full recovery is enough to show.
Yeah. So I will have her go next and then this doe. And like you said, the size is really kind of what kind of puts her down there. So, okay. I would just like to see her filled out a lot more. She doesn't have as much muscle and rib shape as some of the other does, so that's kind of why she's going to go where she goes. So you can take her next. This doe, I think, has a lot of muscle and power there. My issues with her are definitely her structure. She does get a little weaker on her pasterns on her rear too, but she's very wide. She has a lot of muscle. She's just not as feminine in her front end either as the doe standing ahead of her. What places this doe over that doe is her structure. She's a lot squarer standing, and she's a lot more feminine fronted, but she does give up a lot of rib shape and a lot of muscle to the does ahead of her. So,
Thank you.
okay, so for these two does, depending on your breeding program, it could go either way. So this doe is a lot wider. She has, she's stouter made, but she's not as feminine fronted as this doe. This doe may have a little bit more width, but I really like this doe's outline. I like how structurally sound she is. So,
Thank you.
yes. We're gonna have 4 blue and 2 red. For our senior doe class, this group, again, I talked to each one of the exhibitors and talked to them about what I liked about their animals, kind of their production practices as well. When you look at this lineup, you have 6 very different does, 6 does that could make totally different kids as well. The young lady's doe that stands in first place, again, fits that outline that I'm looking for in my mind. She's very long and elegant fronted, very smooth in her shoulder. She opens up with a lot of rib shape, a lot of arch and spring of rib. She has a adequate amount of muscle in her loin and leg. She will give up some width and dimension to our second place doe, but I think this is a doe that just stands the strongest on her feet and legs with the most width throughout. When we go 2/3, this is definitely the power doe. She has a tremendous amount of width through her chest floor. She's wide and deep through her barrel with a lot of spring of rib. She's probably one of the heavier muscled does in this class as well. I would just like to see her a little bit more feminine fronted, but depending on your breeding program, you could take either one of these does home and they will go to work for you. When we look 3/4, again, you're gonna hear me a lot. I like does that look feminine, and this doe fits that picture. She's may not be the stoutest out of her hip, may not be the levelest out of her hip, but she still has a lot of rib shape, and she stands very sound on her feet and legs, and that is one of her grants over our 4th place doe. Our 4th place doe, this is a doe you really have to love for how much power she has. She's very wide through her chest, would maybe just like to clean her up a little bit there, make her more feminine and elongated through that that front end assembly. However, a doe that has a lot of muscle would like to maybe change how she walks off on those rear two. She does get a little soft in her pasterns. And then we go back to our 5th place doe, a doe that just does not have the size and frame to compete with the does ahead of her today, but a doe that I think as she matures will start to fill in with a lot of muscle. And then our young lady's doe that stands at the end of the class, just a larger frame doe that just does not have the muscle today to compete with the rest of the goats in this group. So let's give them a round of applause. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Oh, hold on, I'm sweaty.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Good job.
Julia Johnson.
You can just kind of make a circle around with her.
Breeding does Bethany Danielson, Matthew Danielson, Samuel Danielson, Julia Johnson, and Cody Peterson.
Right there is good. She's a big girl.
Yes.
Okay, when was she born?
9/6/18.
Okay. Blue ribbon, back for state fair. We have a single entry fall yearling. This doe really shall be commended for a lot of what she brings to the ring today. I wish she would have had a little bit more competition, but she'll have competition during the state fair lineup and champion drives as well. Again, this doe fits that outline that we're looking for. When you talk head and breed character, this doe has it. She's long and elegant fronted. She blends smoothly into that shoulder, has a tremendous amount of open rib shape. A doe that has a lot of muscle, a lot of power. She's very stoutly made as well. Anyone would be privileged to take her to a breeding program. So let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Samuel Danielson, Julia Johnson, and Cody Peterson. On deck, senior yearling breeding does Matthew Danielson and Samuel Danielson.
You can just stop right there. How old is she? What was her birthday?
It was April of 2018.
Okay. And when was she born?
April 10th, 2018.
When was she born?
May 16th.
Okay, when was she born?
March 2nd, 2018.
And when was she born?
3/10/2018.
We will walk them around. And then you can bring them in towards me. We will go first and then second, so you can just take them over there. We will go to this doe, and then this doe, and then that doe. Four blue and one red, and the top four can come back. We have our junior yearlings. These does were born from March 1st through May 31st of last year. As we look down this group, we do have, again, a couple does that are more closely similar in their characteristics. We have a couple of does that stand out as being a little bit different in their outlines as well. The young lady's doe that stands at the front of the line, although she's probably one of the smaller frame does in this class, again, she fits that outline that we're looking for. Long and feminine fronted, smooth in her shoulder, a lot of openness and shape to her ribs. She may not be the longest in her body, however, when you look at her muscle mass to her frame, she definitely has more muscle through her legs. She stands wider between her hocks. She's wider in her pin set as well, and for those reasons she will be our class winner. The young lady's doe that stands in second, I think, follows our class winner in terms of her femininity and reach. When you look at her front end, she's a lot longer bodied than our two does that follow her. She has more arch and spring of rib, and again, I think when you look at her from behind, she's leveler from her hooks to her pins as well. When we do 3/4, this doe is stronger in her top line, and that is where she falls in this class. She's stronger in her chine with more width and dimension to her loin. Our fourth place doe will grant back some openness and depth of rib to our third place doe. And then 4/3 or 4/5, definitely a doe that just has more pounds of product. She's a bolder featured doe with more muscle through her chest, more muscle on her top. We shall commend the young man's doe that stands at the end of the line for being very structurally sound. However, she does give up a lot of muscle and power to the doe standing ahead of her. So again, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Yearling breeding does, Matthew Danielson and Samuel Danielson. Following this class, we'll do our State Carolina and Champion Meat breeding does. So all those that are called
You guys can just come around.
into the ring.
Right there is fine. And when was she born?
Like January 25th, I believe.
Okay. And when was she born?
January 26th.
Okay. If you guys just want to make a small circle around, it doesn't have to be too big. I just want to see him walk, so. And just, you can just come right back into line like you were. blues both can come back. We have our senior yearling does in this ring right now. Both of these does are high quality does. When you look in terms of femininity, I think both of these does have it. However, the young man's doe that stands in first just brings a lot more power to the table. She's more complete. When you look at what we're looking for, she has more width and dimension to her loin. She's deeper and thicker in the loin. She's wider and stouter out of her hip with more width between her hocks. She's bolder sprung through her rib as well. The young man's doe that stands in second, a doe that you really have to appreciate her length of body. She just does not have the arch and spring of rib compared to our class winner, but a doe that's still good in her own self. She still has a lot of muscle, will be very productive for these 4-H members. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Yep. Here, I will help you line them up. Okay, so bring your goat right here and face it that way. And then you will go, yep, right there, but just face them that direction.
In the junior meat breeding doe
Right here.
kid,
Okay.
Matthew Danielson, Jada Emerson, Kaylee Simmer, and Brett Carlson. Senior meat breeding doe kids, we need back Claire Metzger, Samuel Danielson, Noah Anderson, and Thea Olson. The fall yearling breeding doe, Julia Johnson. Junior
You will go right
yearling
here,
breeding
okay?
doe, Julia Johnson. Bethany Danielson.
You were first
Matthew
place, right?
Danielson,
In the second
and
class?
Samuel Danielson.
First, what class were you in? The
Our
second one?
senior yearlings
Yeah,
are
you'll go right here then.
That way?
Yep, facing that way. So you were, what place were you? Third? You were in that class? Were you in the first class?
Yes.
So you will go right back here. You will go right there. Okay, so this was your fall yearling, so she can go there. Was this year? That was second place. So you can go right here.
Well, speaking of placing, I'd like to tell you kind of a story about the growth of our goat.
I think you were right here. Yep.
166 goats. We ran out of room. We had to go over to Wadena in Monroe Pens, so we have room.
You were fourth, right? So you will go right in front of this goat. So right here.
Danielson family, and I have a John Danielson story.
So that doe can go right there.
I happened to meet Matthew or his brother,
And
he was
then that
showing
one goes
me-
right here.
And he told me he wanted to show a pig, but his dad would not allow him to have pigs on the farm. And I said, well, what
Yeah, if you just kind of want to step her back 1 or 2 steps there.
And I thought, boy, what kind of a dad is that? Kind of a dad that won't let this kid have something other than beef. So that winter, John and Mandy were in our office, leaning on our little shelf, and there was this Adopt a Goat project. And John, if you guys knew John, he doesn't smile much. And he sat there and he looked at it. In his gruff way, he said, "I'll tell you about this whole thing." And if you notice, there's a lot of Danielsons out there. And like his wife says, we are on the goat bandwagon. And so they have really contributed a lot to the meat goat growth. And I thank their family. And not only then their enthusiasm has spread over to that Oscar Tronjum Club. And so it doesn't take much to really grow a project. And so this is really what got it going. We had meat goats before, but this is just really amazing. So I want to thank you all for helping with that. So we have this fundraiser going. A lot of you know what it is to get more pens. The Super Senior Goat Showmanship will be Saturday at 4. You can nominate someone to show a goat for $10, an adult, and for $20, you can pay to get out of it. John is going to be showing a goat, so we'll see him in the ring. Unless he's paying us $20 out, and I will just keep putting the 10 in until he shows up. But anyway, please come out, support our group. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna do the state, or we're gonna do champion, reserve, and then go into state fair lineup right after that. Okay, that works.
Yep.
Yeah, I will take that.
Now that I'm done telling my quick story.
I am really impressed with this lineup of does that we have out here. It is great to see this quality and how deep the quality runs deep into the classes. This county should be very proud of their GOAT program. You have some really great mentors and producers in this county as well. So really use them as a resource. I know I was up here in April with Dustin and Leah to do the showmanship and fitting clinic. And again, you guys are very blessed to have that type of program here. I think as we go out and start pulling does for our state fair lineup and our champion and our reserve, there are 3 does out here that kind of come to mind that fit that outline, that have a lot of muscle. They're feminine fronted, they're stoutly made, and I think they could go either into a doe program, they could go into a weather program, and make you some absolutely fabulous kids. It just depends on what buck you use. So I will go out and start pulling the does out. Our first and second will be our champion and our reserve, and then I will just kind of funnel in from there with our state fair lineup. But again, can we give all of the meat doe exhibitors a round of applause for the amazing animals they brought out today? Congratulations. You can take your doe right out there. Congratulations, you will be our reserve. This will be our third. So we'll go next. And then this doe can go next. So yeah, I'll shake your hand when you get over here. So. This doe will go next. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and then these 2 does will go.
I'll meet behind them.
Yep. And then we will have these 2 go after these big 2.
Matthew Danielson, Jaron Anderson, Eva Rostand, Carly Dewey, and Gideon Densmore.
All right, you guys can come back around. You can set them up right here. And you can just face them that direction. We're gonna do head to tail. So go right in behind her there. So head to tail, right there, right there. You're good. Set them up and okay. How much does your weather weigh?
41 pounds.
Okay. How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
43.
How much does he weigh?
34.
How much does he weigh?
42.
How much does he weigh?
47.
How much does he weigh?
48.
How much does he weigh?
44.
And how much does he weigh?
33.
We will walk them around. So
On deck, the heavyweight group of Gary Market, Tim Rustan, Bradley Scholl, Matt Carlson, Noah Anderson, Nick Carter, Jenna
you guys can bring them in right here.
Lambert, Benjamin Meek, Devin Meek, Hayden Meek, Brianna Carter, and Brooke Gurley.
Can you take your goat first place? Can you take your goat second place? Can you take your goat third place? Third? You'll go right there. You can take your goat next. You can take your goat. You can take your goat next, then your goat, and then this goat. Right now, these two are just a little too green. They don't have enough weight and muscle to compete with some of the higher placing goats. So your guy is a little green right now too. So I would just like to see a little bit more muscle expression in his leg and a little bit more depth to his loin. Your goat has a lot of length of body. He's just not as expressive in his muscle and his leg when compared to the other 5 standing ahead of him. This goat kind of falls in between here. So this one has more muscle. Your goat's nice and long, has more muscle than that one is kind of where it goes, okay? So in the top 4 here, we definitely have a lot of muscle. Your Weather just doesn't have as much expression as the other 3 standing ahead of him. This little guy, he's probably at his maximum height and probably weight for right now. So in terms of frame size, definitely the heaviest muscled in the class. I would just like to see a bigger goat because this is not gonna do a whole lot when it goes to market. So, and then between these two, this Nubian, I think as he gets bigger, he's gonna be a lot heavier muscled than our Toggenburg Weather here. But right now this Weather is just showing us a lot more muscle expression. So that's where these two kind of sort. So we have our lightweight dairy Weathers in the class right now. We have a nice group of Weathers out here. Our top 4 will be receiving blue ribbons. Our middle 3 will be red, and then our bottom 2 will be white. And it just kind of helps sort this class based on their quality right now. Definitely our top 4. These 4 could go to market right now, although we would like to see probably all of these wethers except for our 3rd place one with about 10 to 15 more pounds of weight to be at that market ready stage. But the young lady's Toggenburg wether that comes out in 1st place today just has a lot more muscle and power to him. He's wider in his chest, more expressive in his forearm, with more length and depth to his loin, and he's also more expressive on his leg as well, especially in that stifle area when compared to our Nubian. Our Nubian wether that comes out into 2nd is a little bit stronger on his feet and legs than our class winner. However, he still is not as heavily muscled and as expressive in his muscle as our class winner. But when you compare him over to our 3rd place, you're definitely going to get more pounds of product off of this wether since he is a larger breed dairy goat. When we move back to our 3rd place over 4th place, this little Nigerian dwarf wether could go to market today and be just fine. He's very deep and thick in his loin, very expressive in his leg, and originally Nigerian dwarfs were a dual-purpose breed, and now they're mostly recognized as a dairy breed. So this guy does have a lot of muscle for his small little frame. The young lady's cross wether that comes out into 4th, again, has a lot of width and expression, just not as much circumference of leg to the 3 wethers standing above her. The young lady's Alpine wether that stands into 4th, a lot longer bodied, longer in its loin, more expressive in its leg than the 2 wethers standing behind them. And then the 2 are 6th and 7th place wethers, just are a little green. They don't have as much finish as I would like to see them, not as much muscle. And then when we fall off to our 8th and 9th place wethers, these guys just need a lot more groceries in them. They need more weight today to compete with the group above them. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Devin Meek, Hayden Meek, Brianna Carter, and Brooke Gruey. And Gideon Densmore.
Okay. How much does he weigh?
73.
Okay. How much does he weigh?
55.
How much does he weigh?
64.
How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
52.
How much does he weigh?
55.
How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
53.
And how much does he weigh?
58.
How much does he weigh?
59.
Okay, and how much does he weigh?
61.
How much does he weigh?
50.
How much does he weigh?
57. Sorry.
That's okay. We'll walk them around. You guys can start bringing them in side by side. Right there. You can take your goat first place. So actually, if you want to, yeah, just kind of go up along the fence there. I'll have you take your goat second place. You can just kind of go up around the front of the group.
If you got a blue with your dairy market and it's one of the animals you're interested in taking to the Blue Ribbon Auction, you need to sign it up as soon as the show is done. The market show is done.
You can take him third. You can take your goat up front. You can take this one and then this one. You can take this one next. We'll take this one and then this one. We'll take this one and then this one. We'll take this one and then this one. We have a big class of heavyweight market wethers. Definitely as you look across this group, the top 7 is kind of the wethers that I think are close to their terminal endpoints. They have an adequate amount of muscle. And then as we get up towards like our top 4, top 5, we're definitely seeing wethers that have a lot of muscle, a lot of width and depth through that loin. And then our bottom 6, these are just wethers that are still very green. They may also have structure issues, may not be as strong on their feet and legs, and that's what sorts them down towards the bottom of the class. So as we look in our top, let's say top 5, we'll really talk a lot about the young lady's La Mancha wether. This is the heaviest wether in the class and definitely the heaviest muscled for his frame size right now. He's really long in his loin, expressive over his rack, with the most curvature through his leg, most expression in his stifle. If I would change anything about him, I would try to make this wether a little bit more level design. He does want to roach up in his loin, but a wether that has a tremendous amount of muscle. The young man's Toggenburg wether that comes out into second. When you look at this guy from the front end, he's definitely one of the most masculine wethers in this class, being very wide and deep set into his chest. He's very wide over his rack and loin with a tremendous amount of width and depth through his leg as well when you view him from behind. The young lady's Nubian that comes out into third places over our Oberhasli today, just for being an overall longer wether with wider, deeper loin that has more expression in his leg. A very nice sound wether. I think by state fair time, he will definitely be ready to rock and roll with a lot of width and expression in him. The young lady's Oberhasli that comes out into fourth. A wether that you really have to appreciate for how solid and how fresh handling he is. He may not be the biggest or heaviest wether in the class today, but he still does have a lot of muscle there in terms of his frame size. The young man's Alpine, I'm guessing he might even have a little bit of Nigerian in him just from his face, how his head looks. This guy's very stout, especially through that chest, very wide. He just gives up some muscle in the leg to the wethers ahead of him. The young ladies wether that comes out into sixth, again, most closely follows that fifth place wether in his style and design, stouter made. I would just like to see a little bit more muscle in that leg. And then the Alpine Cross that comes out into seventh, a wether that just has a lot more length to his loin, more width over his rack, and more expressive in his leg. And as we go down our eighth through eighth and ninth place wethers, just give up a lot of that muscle and width that we're seeing above them. They don't have as many pounds on them either. And then as we get further down the line, structure really starts to paint a picture here. They're not as strong on their feet and legs, which sometimes can make it hard to get to that feed to get those pounds in. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. So based on how you were in your class, so what place were you? So what place in your class? Fourth. So you will come up right behind this goat. Yeah, just like so.
So when the show gets done, go to the Freud food stand. We have some amazing ice cream with great flavors. An ice cream cone will hit the spot after the show.
It definitely will. You just don't want to hold your head up, do you? No.
Yeah, but get her attention.
So for our state fair lineup today, it might be done a little bit different than how we did our doe ones. There's two wethers out here, as I mentioned before, that I think are at that point where they could be at their terminal endpoints. They could go and hang a carcass for us. So they will be our champion and our reserve. But you will also notice that I may go further back in the lineup for our state fair lineup, because I do think we do have some wethers here that by state fair time will be that prime weight and will be ready to go. So some of you that are placed further back in your class, you might actually be further up in your state fair lineup. Just a heads up, and to explain to our crowd what we're doing. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion and our reserve, but let's give these kids a round of applause for the quality wethers they brought out today. Congratulations. Congratulations. So if you guys just want to go over there and stand in line, she'll get your numbers. You can go 3. Okay. 4, 5. Okay, so we will set him up right there. That's okay. How much does he weigh? Okay. How much does he weigh?
37.
How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
45.
How much does he weigh?
6.
How much does he weigh?
47.
How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
60.
How much does he weigh?
55.
How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
Hold on. That one's 49.
Okay.
This one is 50.
Okay.
And then Noah's is 53.
Okay. We'll walk them around. You guys can all keep walking. Okay, you can bring him in right here. You guys can all come just right in here. Alright, this is not going to be in any particular order. I'm just going to call you guys out and you'll just pull your goats out and then we'll kind of reline them up. I just want to try to get them all matched up kind of size-wise so it's apples to apples, oranges to oranges kind of thing. So you can pull yours out. Yep, yeah, just move them out and kind of line them up and then we'll... You can take your weather out as well and just kind of put it with that group. This little guy can go out too. This guy and then this guy. You can take him out. You can take her out, and then this one out. This one, and then this one. This one, and then that one. What we'll do is walk them around again. You just kind of walk them around and then you can bring them in right here. Yeah, right there's fine. How much did you say he weighed?
60.
60? And this one was 60 as well? Do you just want to hold his head up? How much does he weigh?
57.
Okay, we'll go first and then second. So you can take them back there. You can take him next. I'll take this one next. You can take yours next. You can go next. We'll take this one and then this one and then this one. Take this one, this one, this one, and then this little guy. Okay. You can follow them. Ready, Peanut? Ready, walk forward. we have our lightweight market weather class, and this class is definitely a challenge. As you saw, I had them kind of come out. I looked at kind of put them based kind of by frame size, by weight, to kind of help sort through this group. We definitely have some weathers out here that are a lot lighter muscled. We have some that are just smaller. They just don't have the weight right now, but structurally they're very sound. I think in a month's time they definitely could put about 10 to 15 pounds on and be ready to go for the state fair. So we are going to call back 9 of these exhibitors because I think the quality is there in those 9 to come back to go to state fair, to possibly be eligible for that trip. But when we look down this lineup, we have 2 different styles of weathers that stand first and second. The young ladies' weather that stands first, I think this is a weather that when you get on top of him, he's just a lot more expressive in his rack and loin. He has more depth and width to the loin. He's also more expressive in his muscle when the young lady gets him set up than our second place weather. Our second place weather definitely is the pounds heavy powerhouse of this class. When you look at him through his chest fork, he's absolutely wide. He has a lot of expression in his forearm. He does give up some overall freshness and appeal that our class winner does have. When we go 3 over 4, this weather handles with more turn to his loin, more turn and circumference to his leg as well, and is more powerful in his stifle when he gets out on the move. Maybe we'd just like to elevate him up a little bit in his front end, but a very nice weather that I think with 10 to 15 more pounds, he'll definitely be ready to go. 4 over 5, this weather is a lot smaller weight-wise, but when you get your hands on him, what you feel is all muscle. You don't feel a lot of fat. He still has a lot of coverage over his rib for how small he is. Again, another 10 to 15 pounds and he will be in tip-top shape. When we move 6th or 5th over 6, it just comes out with a weather that has more natural handle to him. He has more turn to his loin, more circumference to his leg, and also handles a lot fresher. The young lady's weather that comes out into 6th place has a lot of growing to do. This is a larger frame weather that right now is very loose in his skin, so he needs to fill himself in, and I think he'll definitely find his way to the top of the class, whether it's state fair or another regional show. The young man's doe kid, this is a doe that you would want to take home and put back into a breeding program to make weathers. She has that style, she has that expression in her loin and leg. She just does not have the pounds today to compete any higher. The young lady's weather, the tan-headed weather that comes out next, when you view this weather from the front, definitely very expressive in his chest and forearm. He just gives it up in the back end, needs a little bit more circumference to his leg. The young lady's doe then that follows her just needs a little bit more weight, needs to handle with a lot more expression to that leg, and she would find her that weather further up in this class. And then our 4 weathers that stand towards the end of the class today are just a lot lighter muscle. They don't have the muscle and expression that we want to see. They're narrower in their frame design. I would just like to see a lot more width under these weathers to have them move up today. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations. You guys can just make a lineup right there, head to tail. How much does he weigh?
65.
How much does he weigh?
83.
How much does he weigh?
86.
How much does he weigh?
62.
Okay, how much does he weigh? How much does he weigh?
160.
He's a big boy. How much does he weigh?
119.
How much does he weigh?
66.
Okay. You can bring them in right here, side by side. Can you switch these two weathers around? I'll have you take him first. We'll go second and then third. We'll go fourth and then fifth. You can go next. This one and then this one. we have our heavyweight market division, and this class is quite hard to sort because of the weight range that we have in this class. I think our lightest one may be like 60, 61, and then we go all the way up to 119. So it's really hard to compare apples to apples with this group. So what we're really looking for is that wether that not only has that eye appeal, but is the freshest handling, has the most muscle when you get your hands on them. And of course, the two heavyweights are going to have more muscle quantity-wise, but we're looking at muscle to that frame. See who fills in the best, who has the least amount of coverage over their lower rib, who's the freshest handling. And the young man's wether that stands at the front of the class is that wether. He's just very expressive. He catches your eye when he walks in the ring. When you get your hands on him, he's very soft-hided. That hide falls very nicely. He's not over conditioned by any means. And I still think if you put 10, maybe even 20 pounds on this guy, he'll still be a very fresh handling little wether. The young lady's wether that comes second over third is placing because he is a lot longer in his loin, especially from that last rib back. He has a longer hind saddle. He may not be as expressive through his chest or through his leg as our third place wether, but definitely gives up or has a lot more pounds of product in that hind saddle compared to our doe standing or our wether standing in third. 3 is placing over 4 today because he is fresher handling. He does not have as much condition over his lower forerib. He still keeps a lot of muscle expression over that loin and leg. I would just like to see him handle with more length in that hind saddle today. When we look 4 over 5, what it comes down to is the amount of condition on these two. They're within 3 pounds of each other, I think. And the young man's wether has less fat over his lower rib. He has more width and dimension over his rack and loin and more expression in his stifle and more curvature to his leg. The young lady's wether standing in 5th over 6. Again, this is just sheer mass. This wether does have a lot more muscle to him in terms of his frame. He's deeper through his twist, wider in his skeleton as well. When we go 7th over or 6 over 7, this wether handles with more natural turn to his loin, more turn to his leg as well. And as we finish out with the 2 wethers standing 7th and 8th, they just lack the overall eye appeal. They don't have as much width and dimension throughout. They're not as heavy muscled as well to place any higher today. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Yeah. Okay, so what we will do, you can kind of stand where you are, and we'll just kind of fill out. So you can come here and so on. So you can bring your goat there. You'll bring your goat here. Right in front of him, but side by side. Yeah. You'll go right next to her. Yep, and you'll be right here on the end. So, okay. So, and what place were you? 7th? Okay, so you can come down here with me. Seventh will go kind of right here. We'll kind of, you were 3rd, 6th, so you'll go right in front of him. Okay, you were 2nd place, so you'll go right here. 1st place will go there. 3rd place. 4th place. Okay, you'll come right in here. Yeah.
We also have most of our interview winners in the pen right now. Noah Anderson, raise your hand so our young ribbon gal can find you. Noah Anderson is our senior goat
Okay,
interviewer.
you can come here.
Bailey Kyleber.
You can go right back down there, okay?
Senior intermediate.
How much did he weigh? 60. Okay. How much did he weigh? 83. 83.
62.
Okay, we have our champion drive for our champion market goat and also our state fair lineup. And again, this may not be your traditional state fair lineup because we do have wethers, especially in our lightweight class, that right now they may not look and may not be ready to go to market, but by August 23rd, they definitely will probably have another 10 pounds on them and be ready to go. So I'm gonna go out and select our champion and our reserve, and then I will start shaking hands for our state fair lineup. But again, let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause. It takes a lot of work to get a market wether ready for the fair. You have to feed him right, you have to exercise him so that he stays fresh. You need to teach him how to brace. So the fact that they've made it to the fair is an achievement in itself. So again, thank you to all the parents that have helped these 4-H members get these animals ready. So as I shake hands, feel free to give them applause as well. Congratulations. 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 Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, so what we will do, we will come in and line up like we have been for all the other shows. So do a head to tail lineup. Yep, so go right back there and do a head to tail lineup. So, yep, so face them that direction. Yep, head to tail. You guys can just relax. We'll wait till everyone gets in the ring before. How many should I have?
Are you playing senior and intermediate?
Nope, senior, intermediate's on down.
Okay, because my mom thought you called Gideon.
I just was on down. Yeah, so let me think.
At this point,
So it wasn't an emergency? Oh, your house didn't go away in a tornado or something? No. Okay.
Six, 1 to 3, 9 to 7. I can figure out. This is so tricky for me to make sure I get my area right.
If you guys all want to turn so she can see your numbers, so she can figure out who's all in here. What breed of goat are you showing?
Boar.
Boar. How much does he weigh? 85. What breed of goat are you showing? And how much does he weigh?
33.
What breed of goat are you showing? And how much does he weigh?
160.
Okay. What breed of goat are you showing? And how old is she?
She was born 9/6/2018, so
Okay.
almost a year old.
Okay. What breed of goat are you showing?
She's an 88% Bordeaux.
Okay. And when was she born?
She was born on January 25th of last year.
Okay. What breed of goat are you showing? And how much does he weigh?
58 pounds.
Okay. What breed of goat are you showing?
Boar.
Okay. And how old is she?
She was born April 17th of 2018.
Okay. We will walk around in a circle. And then you can bring them in side by side. Make sure you leave enough room for all the other goats in the ring as well. So, yeah, right there's good. Yeah. We have a whole arena, so make sure you take up the space. What is something you would change about your weather?
More muscle.
More muscle. Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your weather?
Probably feed them to get more meat on them.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your weather?
I would maybe slim him down a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, he's a little heavy. When was he born?
January.
He's grown really well then. What is something you would change about your doe?
I would probably make her a little like wider. Her butt is not very big. I'd make her a little bigger than that.
Okay, thank you.
All the exhibitors and their families for all your
What is
help this
something you
week.
would change
Just
about
terrific.
your
We have
doe?
That she wouldn't thin out in the back and that she'd stay
kinda
more
hard to
thick.
believe, but it's a wonderful
And have more
thing.
muscling in
And
the
I
rear.
appreciate
Okay,
we
thank
never
you.
pull this off without everybody's help and everybody
What
working
is something you would
together. I know
change
it's
about
been
your
a
weather?
hard week, but I just think it's been
I
a lot
would
of fun. So
kind of
thank you
stretch it
all.
out a little bit, make this more smooth
Okay,
so it goes in the hips better.
okay, thank you. And what is something you would change about your doe?
I just wish she had more muscle. I think she's got great spin of it, great structure. Feet is square, just wish she had more.
Okay. So what I'm going to have you do, I'm going to have you go down to the last goat and then just kind of switch as you go up, okay? You'll go to the little one. You'll go down to the Nigerian. You'll take the little goat next to you. And then you'll go to go to the next goat. I'm gonna have you start a circle around with that goat, and then you guys can all follow him. And then you can bring them in side by side here. That's good. Do you know what breed this goat is by chance?
I know.
Okay. She is a boer cross. So, what is something you would change about her?
I don't know.
Would you add more muscle? Maybe make her a little bit more muscular? Or
I don't know anything about this breed of goat.
okay. Thank you. Do you know what breed of goat this is?
Some sort of alpine cross, maybe.
That works. And what would be something you'd change about him?
More muscle.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what breed this goat is?
At least part boar.
Okay. And what is something you would change about her?
Just like make her a little wider, just a little deeper, I guess.
Okay,
That makes
thank you.
sense.
Yeah. Do you know what breed this goat is?
More.
And what is something you would change about her?
I would give her more hind quarter.
Okay.
Just lagging a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what breed of goat this is?
Boar.
Okay, and what is something you would change about him?
I really don't.
It's a market wether, so what would you maybe change?
Maybe a little bit more. Just a little
Okay.
bit. He's big. So.
Yeah. Do you know what breed this is by chance?
No.
Okay, it's a Nigerian dwarf, and it's a market wether, so what would you change about him?
A lot taller.
Make him taller.
And more meat on his bones.
That's the breed, so he's not going to grow much
Right.
taller.
Just a reminder.
Do you know what breed this goat is?
Boar.
When we
Boar.
are done with
And
our
what
three
would be something
divisions
you
of
would change
market
about
goat
him?
showmanship, we will turn right around and
I
begin
think
the
his
three
cannon
divisions
bones are
of
just a bit narrow. I
dairy
would make
goat
them a little
showmanship,
bit
starting with the senior.
Okay. I will have you go back and take your goat.
The other thing, our senior showmen should come right here and tell us if they want to compete in the round robin. And the reserve
Face
champions
all of your goats
showmen,
this direction.
need you to ask questions, so don't leave
Right there.
before we have them lined up. And that's tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Can you bring your goat right here? Yeah, right there. You can just set her up. Yeah, facing this way. Yep. Can you bring your goat next to her? we have a very competitive class of senior showmen out in the ring. Definitely in this class, I think we do have some varying level of experience with goats. I think there are 4 showmen out here that have brought their goats. They can tell me a lot about their animals. And then when we did this old switcheroo, they were able to tell me a lot about the animals that they were showing. One of the big questions I asked was what you would change about your animal and what you would change about the animal that you received after we did the switch. And what I'm really looking for is that you can take terminology that we talked about today and relate that to your animal. It's a learning experience, a learning question, and that is one thing that we're hoping with the 4-H program and this goat program is that you're selecting animals that are either for your breeding program, you're selecting market wethers to show, and it's just helping me see where you are in that progress, in that process as well. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion in our reserve. But again, let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause for the hard work that they did. And I think the younger showmen that were sitting around in the arena as well, these 8 or 7 exhibitors that are out here all would be great mentors. So definitely take the time to ask them some of their tips and tricks. I think they have some experience to share with you as well. So again, as I shake the hands, feel free to give that individual a round of applause. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Good job, guys. Good job. And good job.
Our champion is Julia Johnson. Our reserve champion is Nick Mazurek.
Yep, line up head to tail like we were in the regular classes, so. What breed of goat are you showing?
It's a Alpine mix.
Okay, and how much does he weigh?
50.
What breed are you showing?
Alpine.
And how much does he weigh?
48.
Okay. What breed are you showing?
4.
And how much, is it a wether or a doe?
Weather.
And how much does he weigh?
54.
54. What breed are you showing? How much does he weigh?
61 pounds.
Okay. What breed are you showing?
Borgo.
Okay. And how old is she?
April 20th.
Okay. What breed are you showing?
4.
And is it a doe or a wether?
Doe.
And how old is she?
February 19th.
Okay. Are you showing, what breed are you showing?
Borgo.
And how old is she?
She's 5 months.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will walk around. Then you can come in side by side. Make sure you leave a lot of room. So. What is something you would change about your weather?
If he was a little bit thicker here, he's
Okay.
got not as much meat here.
Okay. Thank you. What is something you would change about your wether?
I would make him a little bit bigger in the legs, so as you can see, he's a little bit more skinnier down here.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your wether?
He would lead better.
Okay. Anything about him physically that you would change?
I make him bigger.
Bigger? Okay, thank you. Is there anything you would change about your wether?
I'd give him a little bit more muscle and a little bit stocky, I guess.
Oh, thank you. What is something you would change about your doe?
Her udder.
Her udder. And what exactly is wrong with her udder? Does she have extra teats?
Fishtail.
Okay. What is something you would change about your doe?
Make her more like feminine up here.
Oh, okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your doe?
Maybe have her horns go in a little bit more instead of out.
Okay, thank you. Can you face your goats that direction, please? Okay. Can you go down to the last goat and then have him come up to your goat? Okay. Here, I'll take this. You just take his goat, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Can you go to the lady that's the second one in and she'll come up to your goat? Okay. Can you go to the red goat and then you'll come to this goat and then you'll come to this goat? Yeah. Okay.
On deck in the market showmanship are
Okay.
the juniors.
Can you walk them around?
Kellen Zimmer, Caleb Watercott, Zena Zita, and Devin Meek. And let me know if I missed anybody in the junior group that's going to show market showmanship.
Okay, you can just bring them in side by side here. Do you know what breed this possibly might be? She might have a little bit of Nubian there. I think she's like an Alpine cross. So,
Yeah.
what is something you would change about him? It's a market wether, so
Maybe have her knees face down.
okay. Do you know what breed this is by chance?
No.
Okay. It's an Alpine cross. Probably has some Nubian in it. It's a market wether. So, what is something you would change about him?
Maybe give him like some more muscle.
Okay. Do you know what breed this is by chance?
Ford.
Okay. And what is something you would change about?
A little more muscle, a little more meat on him.
Okay. Do you know what breed this is?
No.
Okay. This would be like an Alpine cross, and it's a market wether. So what is something you would change on him?
I'll make him bigger.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know what breed this is?
Is it a boar?
It is. What is something you would change about her?
I'd put a little bit more meat on it.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know what breed this is?
A boar?
Yep, it is a boar. What is something you would change about her?
Probably a little bit more meat, not meat.
Okay. Do you know what breed this
This
is?
is a boar.
And what is something you would change about him or
A
her?
little bit taller.
Make her a little taller? Okay, you can go back to your goat. Yeah, you can go back to yours. We have our intermediate showmen out in the ring right now. Again, another very nice group of showmen. I can definitely tell that these kids have spent some time working with their animals. They all cooperate very well in the ring. They get their animals set up very quickly. They're very attentive of the judge as well. Definitely, I think there is 2 exhibitors out here that have definitely shown all of their animals to the best of their ability today. They're very knowledgeable about their animals and not taking anything away from the other exhibitors in this class. I just think that these 2 exhibitors just are very smooth and fluid in their motions. They get their animals set up, they're attentive, they enjoy themselves out in the show ring as well. So I'm gonna go out and shake the hand of our champion and our reserve. But again, let's give all of these 4-H members a round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was really close. So are you guys siblings?
No.
No. Okay. So I thought you may have been. Okay. She'll take your picture as you guys leave. So. Hi. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Benjamin Metzger.
So what you guys will do, you'll come over and place your goats in a head to tail lineup. So here, you 2 can bring your goats up here. Yep, and you can just stop right there. So yeah, bring them right here. 1 here and 1 here. Yep, give them a little space right there. Set them all up. Make sure they're all in a line. So yep, let's turn him so he's facing that direction. Right, like that. What breed is your goat?
Alpine.
Alpine. And how much does he weigh?
60 or 59.
Okay, and what did you do to get him ready for the fair?
washed him. We did his hooves,
Okay.
and we put in his tags.
Okay, awesome. What breed is your goat?
Boar,
A boar. And how much does he weigh?
66 pounds.
And what did you do to get your goat ready for the fair?
We gave him a bath, shaved him, and brushed him.
Okay. What breed is your goat?
Alpine Bull Mix.
Okay. And what did you do to get him ready for the fair?
Washed him, cleaned him, and walked him.
Okay. How much does he weigh?
45 pounds.
Okay. What breed is your goat? And how big or how old is she?
A couple months old.
Okay. And what did you do to get her ready for the fair?
I washed her, and I put coconut oil on her horns.
Okay. Thank you. What breed is your goat?
Boar.
And how old is he?
4 months.
And how much does he weigh?
55 pounds.
And what did you do to get him ready for the fair?
We washed him, bathed him, and just basic steps to get him ready.
Okay. What breed is your goat?
A boar goat.
And how old is she?
It's a he.
It's a he. Okay.
It's a he. I'd say about 5 months.
And how much does he weigh?
He weighs 47 pounds.
Okay. And what did you do to get him ready for the fair?
I kind of walked him on my gravel road and just walked on back. And we have this pit of despair that we like to call it, and I braced him with that so if he backed up, he'd fall in.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Thank you. What breed is your goat?
A Alpine.
Okay. And how much does he weigh?
He weighs 29 pounds.
Okay. And what did you do to get him ready for the fair?
We walked him, we pet him, and we did a bunch of things like that.
Okay. Thank you. I'll have you walk them around.
On deck will be our senior showman and the dairy type goat, Noah Anderson.
You can keep bringing them towards me.
Nick Carter, Brooke Ruey, Jenna Lund, Tim Rostad.
Right
That's
here.
everybody.
And then you'll bring your goat right here. So bring your goat here. And then here. Yep, and you'll go right there. What is something you would change about your goat?
I'd give it more muscle.
More muscle, awesome. Where would you give him more muscle at?
Kind of in his back and his legs.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your goat?
I would feed him a lot more so he gets bigger.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your goat?
Get him more big.
More big. Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your goat?
Get her more muscle and probably walk more and train her a little bit.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your weather?
Just walking him more and just getting him better trained for the fair.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your little weather?
I would change him to like to race more instead of play in the water.
Ah, okay. Anything like physically on him that you would change?
A little bit to follow along more.
Okay.
And walk more fluently.
Okay. And what is something you would change about your goat?
That he would walk better.
That he would walk better. Okay. Why don't you face your goat that direction, okay? And just bring him a couple steps forward. Yep, and then you can turn your goat. We're going to turn our goats in a head to tail lineup, okay? So one thing we're gonna practice is giving our goats enough room, okay? So what I want you to do, I want you to make a circle with your goat. So come out and make a circle and end right about here, okay? So make a circle around and bring him about right here. Yep, and then you guys will just keep making little circles so that you're giving your goats enough room. So bring him like right in here, facing that direction. Yep. And then your goat will go about right here, okay? Yep, right there, right here, right here. Yep, so we just want to spread them out a little bit more, okay? Yeah, so bring your goats forward. Okay. Yep. So when your goat is not behaving in the ring, like that young lady's goat, so what you do, get his head up, okay? And then just make a little circle back around so you're not pushing him around. Yep. Just like that, yes. Can you bring your goat right here? Yep, you're gonna face him this direction, okay? So just kind of turn him that way, yep. Can you bring your goat next to him? Can you bring your goat next to him? And then you. And then I'll have you bring your goat. Yep. And I'll have you bring, and then you. For our beginner showmanship class, we have 7 really good exhibitors out here again. They could tell me a lot about their animals, and we just kind of practice giving their animals enough room. Sometimes when we're in a show ring, we do like to get a little overcrowded sometimes. So I'm gonna go out and shake the hand of our champion and our reserve. But I think there's 4 exhibitors out here in my mind that really have spent a lot of time with their animals. They were able to tell me how they got their animal ready for the fair this year, and they're very knowledgeable. So I can't wait to see how they do as they get older and see how competitive of showmen that they become. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion and our reserve. But again, let's give all of these young people a round of applause.
Oh, I screwed up on an order.
Congratulations. You can go out and grab your ribbon. Congratulations. So you can go grab your ribbon. Great job. Great job, little man. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Our champion in junior showmanship is Benjamin Metzger, and our reserve champion is Kellen Simmer. Congratulations.
Right there's just fine. What breed of goat are you showing?
Toggenburg.
Okay, and how old is she?
7.
How many times has she freshened?
6, and she freshened with twins this year.
Awesome. And she's in really good shape for having
7,
twins.
yes.
Yes. Oh, what breed of goat are you showing? Okay, and how old is she?
She was born in February last year.
Okay, so she's a yearling. What breed are you showing?
Toggenburg.
And how old is she?
She's a yearling.
Okay. What breed are you showing? And how old is she?
A yearling.
Okay. What breed are you showing? And how old is she? And how many times does she freshen? Okay. What breed are you showing? And how old is she?
She was born in March.
Okay. What breed are you showing?
Alpine.
And how old is she? Okay. We will walk these girls around.
Am I missing anybody?
You can bring her in side by side. What is something you would change about your doe?
Definitely her attachment in the back here. I wish it was a little bit more upward.
Okay,
where it's
stronger.
supposed to be.
Okay.
She's a little stressed out from, it's the fair. So,
Yeah.
her mammary system, I would definitely like to see her have a little bit more milk.
Okay.
Not as full as I wish it would have been, but I think it's stress.
Okay. What is something you would change about your doe?
Well, I'm a little biased, but she's a little cow-hawked in the back here, which, I started with dairy goats and I was told they were poor, so I can work with that.
That works. So, thank you. What is something you would change about your doe?
I wish she had a more extended
Anybody
front
else?
biscuit, just larger front.
Okay. What is something you would change about your doe?
She's like a little wider in the rear end. I think would be a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
Kidding.
Yeah. What is something you would change about your doe?
If I could change anything, see how her hindquarters is higher than her shoulders. I'd like to raise her shoulders so that it curves down. And I'd also like to change how her milking production is going so that she produces a little bit more milk than she is.
Thank you. What is something you would change about your doe?
If I could change one thing about my doe, it'd definitely be the width throughout the body. If she had more width in her rear end, she'd have more space for the udder once she decides, once we breed her for freshening.
Okay, thank you. And what is something you would change about your doe?
Something that I would change is for her to have a more level back. Because as of right now, it kind of dips in a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I will have you guys turn your goats head to tail facing that direction. On the ADGA scorecard, which two categories are worth the same amount of points for a senior doe?
Say body and pastures.
Okay, so it's actually mammary system and general appearance, which pasterns fall under general appearance. So, okay. What category on the ADGA scorecard is worth the most points for a junior doe?
I think that's general appearance.
Yep.
Appearance, not appearance.
What category on the ADGA scorecard is worth the most for a junior doe?
The fullness of body and yeah.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay, so it's general appearance, which is like their stature, feet and legs, head and breed characteristics, and things like that. So. What two areas on the scorecard are worth the same amount of points for a senior doe?
I guess the overall balance of the animal, maybe.
Okay, so it's going to be their mammary system and general appearance. So they're both worth 35 points. Okay. On our little senior or junior doe here, which category is worth the most points?
Overall.
Yeah. Okay. She's gonna eat my corn.
Does that count as a score? Talent? No.
What category on the scorecard is worth the most amount of points for a junior doe?
It should be the appearance of the feet and the legs, the way the body has grown over the time that it's been.
Okay.
And length of body, the width of body.
Okay. Okay. And which category is worth the most points for a junior doe?
I have no idea.
Okay, general appearance. So, which is like their stature, the feet and legs, back, top line, front end assembly, and things like that. So. I'm going to have you just switch goats. You're going to go right up the line and switch off. So you're going to go there. We're going to walk them around in a circle. And then you can bring them in right here, side by side. Do you know what breed of goat this is?
Alpine.
She's a Toggenburg,
Oh, okay.
which is another French breed. So, what is something you would change on her?
I honestly have no idea.
Okay. She's not as capacious in her mammary system today, so that would probably be one thing I'd change. Maybe like to trim her up a little bit because she is a little over-conditioned as well. So, do you know what breed this is?
Alpine.
Okay, what is something you would change about her?
Have you fold her so I can get
Yeah.
a better look? Thank you. I would say a little bit in the front end, a little bit. I would say a little bit wider.
Okay.
The back end, she kind of her hocks turn in. I wish that there'd be more
Square.
Line up better with pin bone. But overall, I mean, it's decent goat.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what breed this goat is?
It's a beautiful little Toggenburg.
Yes. And what is something you would change about her?
Okay, so she's. Don't do that, don't do that. I would change that. She's a gorgeous little goat, but I would like more brisket, more depth in her.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what breed this goat is?
This is a Toggenburg.
Okay. What is something you would change about her?
I wish she had a bit wider front end, shoulders, and brisket, just a touch.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what breed this is? And what is something you would change about her?
I don't really know.
Okay.
I haven't really looked it over, I guess. Maybe be a little wider in the shoulders or the front end, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what breed this is?
An Alpine.
And what is something you would change about her?
Just the overall size. I think she would need to grow up a little bit just to compete with others in her
category.
Okay. That works. Thank you. And do you know what breed this is?
Guessing it must be an Alpine cross of some sort.
Okay. And what is something you would change about her?
I would give her a more dairy look all the way throughout. She needs more angularity on her head and more angularity throughout her whole body.
Okay. I will have you go back to your goat.
Thank you.
Let's give these senior showmen a round of applause. I'm very pleased with the quality of showmen that are out in the ring right now. A lot of them kind of remind me of myself when I was in 4-H, very knowledgeable about their animals. They keep their animals set up. They know how to move their animal around the ring. So any younger dairy goat exhibitors that are out there, definitely come and talk to all 7 of these senior showmen. I think each one of them could give you different pointers on their animals and how to show your animals as well. And that's kind of why I like to do senior showmen first, is so that you can kind of see the style of showmen that I'm looking for. So I think there are 2 showmen out here that just stick out in my mind above the rest. They're more fluid in their motions. Their does are always set up. They're a little bit more knowledgeable across the board, whether it was their goat or somebody else's goat. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion in our reserve. But again, let's give this group a showman a round of applause again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay. You guys can head out.
Our senior champion in goat showmanship is, the dairy showmanship is Noah Anderson, and reserve champion is Bailey Kyrleber. Madison Tullerud and Jada Emerson. If I missed anybody, let me know.
You guys can just bring them around head to tail. Right here. Okay, what breed are you showing?
Alpine.
Okay, and how old is she?
She was born in March, so she's going to belong to me.
Okay. What breed are you showing?
Alpine.
And how old is she?
She was born on May 5th.
May 5th.
This year.
It's my husband's birthday, so good birthday. What breed are you showing?
She's an Alpine Toggenburg cross.
Okay. And what is something, or how old is she?
She was born April 4th of 2017.
Okay, and how many times is she freshened?
This is her first year.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. What breed are you showing?
Her mother was an Alpine Nubian, I believe, and her father was a Toggenburg.
Okay. And how old is she?
2 years old.
Okay. We will walk them around and bring them in side by side. Yep, right there. What is something you would change about your doe?
Probably give her a more feminine front.
Okay. What is something you would change about your doe?
I would probably make her horns not as painful as they look.
Okay, thank you. What is something you would change about your doe?
Her rump is kind of steep, so I would do that. Like, I would want it to come up a little bit more. And I think putting half a little bit wider.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what is something you would change about your doe?
I wish she would be bred already. She's 2, and I'm hoping to get her bred this year. And I just think that this is decline's a little quick for me.
Okay. So what I will have you do is bring them head to tail facing that direction. So, and just give yourselves enough room, okay? Okay. Do you know what the difference between a junior and a senior doe is?
Their birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what the difference is between a junior doe and a senior doe?
The age.
The age, okay.
And size.
And size, okay. Can you tell me the difference between a junior doe and a senior doe?
Senior doe is born January 1st through the end of March, and then junior doe is born April 1st.
Okay.
Through June.
So in terms of dairy goats, when we like divide them off, so we have, say, our junior champions and our senior champions, what are the difference between those two categories?
Oh, okay. So our seniors would be probably lactating, and then our juniors haven't had their first fresh.
Okay, sounds good. What is the difference between a junior doe and a senior doe?
I'm not very informed about this, but I'm pretty sure it's the age.
Okay, yep, the age. Okay. So do you have a junior doe or a senior doe? Senior. Okay. In terms of like ADGA and how we break down categories, would you have a junior doe or a senior doe?
I don't quite know.
Okay, so for like ADCA and like dairy goats in general, usually junior does are goats that have not or freshened yet or had babies, and senior does would be a doe that has had a baby and is in milk. So there's just different point values there.
Yeah.
So, but for 4-H rules, yes, you do have a senior doe. So, okay. Do you have a junior doe or a senior doe?
Junior.
Okay, and that's because why would she be a junior doe and not a senior doe?
Because she hasn't freshened yet and she's very young.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a junior doe or a senior doe?
Senior.
Okay. And do you have a junior doe or a senior doe?
A senior doe.
Yep, you are right. Even though she's 2 and hasn't lactated yet or hadn't had babies, usually once they're over 2 years old, we call them senior does. So. Let's give these 4 ladies a round of applause. Definitely a very competitive group. Depending what county fair they're at, what other shows they are at, if they were there by themselves, I think they definitely, each one of them could take a showmanship class. It's just when you have this quality, high quality showman out in the ring, it does really start to get a little picky on what I'm looking for. I'm starting to ask questions about dairy goats in general, not just what we see every day in our 4-H kind of project stuff. We're also looking at an individual who gets their animal set up, who shares that knowledge with others as well. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion and our reserve. But again, let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
We don't have any of those ribbons.
How about let's just do a purple and a pink right now.
Okay.
And then we'll get her her green one when yeah. Okay, purple and a pink. Narrow. Right? Narrow.
Okay, you girls can exit the arena.
Our champion intermediate dairy showman is Eva Rustad, and our reserve champion is Natalie Berga. Congratulations in the dairy group, starting with Cameron Bergam, Bethany Danielson, Malachi Densmore, Dakota Dewey, Emma Schiesser, Atley Scholl, Brinley Scholl, and Evan Bond. Let me know if I missed it.
Okay, so you'll bring your goats around and set them up in a head to tail lineup. So right here you'll go. You'll go right behind her. Yep, right there. Okay, so kind of make a little bit longer line here. You'll go right here. Yep.
You want them facing this way?
Yep, facing that way. What breed is your goat?
She is pure Nubian.
Pure Nubian. How old is she?
She is 3 months old.
3 months old. Okay. What breed is your goat?
Nigerian dwarf.
And how old is she?
She was born on April 30th, so like a few months.
Okay. What breed is your goat?
Nubian.
And how old is she?
She was born on March 31st.
Okay. A couple months old. So, what breed is your goat?
Sonnen.
Okay. And how old is she?
About like 1.
1. Okay. And what breed is your goat?
Alpine Sonnen.
Okay. And how old is she?
Well, she was born on January 9th, 2000.
Okay. What breed is your goat?
She's 1.5.
Okay. And do you know what breed she is?
Nubian.
Nubian. Okay. Do you know what breed your goat is?
Nubian Alpine Cross.
Okay. And how old is she?
She was born March 2nd, so she would probably be about 2 by now.
Okay. And what breed is your goat?
Nigerian dwarf.
And how old is she?
2 years.
Okay. We will walk them around. So, and then you can bring them in right here. Yep. And then you'll go right here. Yep. And then your goat will go right here. Yep.
When we've completed showmanship, we'll begin our dairy goat show. We'll start with the registered dairy goats from the junior goat kid. And that class includes Noah Anderson, Cameron Bergam, Mallory Bergam, and Adley Scholl.
Do you want to bring your goat towards me? Okay. What is something you would change about your goat?
That sometimes she likes going, like, after the grain whenever we go in, and, like, sometimes I just like that she, like, just leave the grain alone until it's in the box.
Okay. You can take your goat back to the line, okay? What is something you would change about your goat?
I would make it so she doesn't bite me all the time.
Nah, they like to bite, don't they? So I'll let you take your goat back to the line. What is something you would change about your goat?
That she wouldn't chew on things so much.
I think all of these goats like to chew on things today. So I will let you take your goat back to the line. Okay. What is something you would change about your goat?
For to walk a little better.
Okay, you can take your goat back to the line. Okay, what is something you would change about your goat?
Maybe pays a little bit more attention to who's eating her.
Okay. You can take your goat back to the line. What is something you would change about your goat?
Her right here. I don't like how she's so bony.
Okay, I will let you take her back to the line. What is something you would change about your goat?
If I could change one thing, it'd probably be the way that like her neck sort of like comes up and it like curls. So when you're standing in a spot, it looks like you're not straight on. So you're trying to move, and then she's like moving her body more. So probably more of a straighter neck, maybe, just to make it easier.
You can take your goat back to the line. What would be something you change about your goat?
How I just walked it up.
Yeah, she doesn't like to walk, does she?
No.
Okay, you can take your goat back to the line. We're gonna turn your goats and face them that direction, okay? So, yep. Let's give our junior showman a round of applause. They have some dairy goats that don't want to really cooperate with them today, but they do a great job of moving their animals around the ring when they do want to cooperate. One thing I would just recommend to all of the exhibitors is make sure that when you do bring your animal to a stop, that you are setting your animal up. We want the front feet square, and we want the back feet slightly back behind them and square as well. It just helps the doe look a lot better. It makes her look longer and leveler from her hips to her pins, and it will also make that shoulder look a lot smoother as well. So that's kind of why we set our animals up. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion in our reserve. But again, I think West Ottertail County has a bright future when it comes to their goat department because of the showmen that we have in the ring here today. So again, let's give them a round of applause as I shake the hand of our champion in our reserve. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Little guys up here, I forgot to shake hands. Good job. And good job. Thank you. Reserves down there, but good job. Your little guy's just not being cooperative with you today, so.
First group, or this group, this class. On deck, register Dairy Goat Senior Doe Kids. Noah Anderson.
All right, we'll just make a small circle around.
Jenna Lund and Brinley Scholl are on deck.
Yep, so come right towards me. Yep, we'll do a head to tail lineup. So we'll do this one and then the little Nigerian can go there. Oh, Toto.
In the ring right now is our senior interview champion, Noah Anderson. And our junior reserve champion in interview, Adley Scholl.
Okay. We will just make a small circle around with these guys. You don't have to go very big, so. Yep, so come this way. Right there. Okay. You can take your doe first. We'll go second, third, and then fourth. They can all be blues. Yeah. Yeah. We have our junior doe kids. These are registered breeds. Our Toggenburg doe is going to take this class. This doe is showing us a lot of advantage in general appearance and dairy strength. She's long and level across her top line, level from her hips to her pins, stands with the most amount of width between her hocks, and stands on the strongest set of legs. In terms of dairy strength, this doe is very long and extended through her front, through her neck, blends very smoothly into her shoulder, has a lot of open angulation through her rib as well. 2 is placing over 3 today for her advantages in body capacity. This doe has more arch and spring of rib, and also in terms of general appearance, she's stronger in her top line, especially from her hips to her pins, standing with more width between those hocks. 3 is placing over 4 today for her advantages in body capacity. She has more arch and spring of rib. She's deeper through her barrel. And then also when you talk about this doe in terms of general appearance, she's wider from her hooks to her pins, stands with more width between her hock, more angulation on her rear 2 legs as well. We should really commend our Nubian doe for her advantages in dairy strength. She's very long and lean through that neck, blends smoothly into her shoulder. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Noah Anderson, Brooke Huey, Bailey Kierleber, and Jenna Lund.
Right there is fine. What month was she born in? February. What month was she born in?
April.
What month was she born in?
Late April or late March.
Late March. What month was she born in?
March.
And what month was she born? March. Okay. We can walk them around and bring them in side by side. Okay, we'll do first and then second. We'll do third, fourth, and then fifth. We have our senior doe kids out in the ring right now. This is a group of does that you really have to appreciate for their dairy strength. None of these does slack in that category. Really what helps separate these girls is their advantages in general appearance and body capacity. The doe that's standing at the head of the line, I think, has the most ideal body capacity in this class. She's very wide through her chest floor, elevated in her brisket. She also has a lot of arch and spring of rib. In terms of general appearance, this is the doe that stands with the most width between her, most width in her escutcheon. She's the squarest in her hock, and also the widest thurl to thurl. When we go 2/3, it is some advantage in dairy strength that helps separate this pair. She's a little bit more, she's more sharp at the point of her shoulder, more open angulation through that rib, and also a doe that stands on a stronger set of feet and legs with more angulation through that hock. The Alpine that comes out into third, a doe that you really have to appreciate for her general appearance. She's a taller frame doe. She's taller at her withers than our Nubian doe that comes out into fourth. A doe that stands on a better set of rear legs. She may not be the widest base doe in this class, but a doe that I think finds herself to third. And then when we go 4/5, the Nubian doe definitely has more arch and spring of rib. She's longer bodied. She has more width from her hooks to her pins as well. And then our little Nigerian dwarf doe. I think this is a doe that is just a little plainer in her kind. I would like to see her with a little bit more rib shape, more depth through her barrel, and maybe like to level her out from her hooks to her pins. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
In that group, our state fair lineup eligible are going. There is no registered so after our to open up our registered milking 3- and 4-year-old does on deck, Noah Anderson and Brooke Brewing.
Right there's good. Oh, our typical yearlings act like teenagers and don't want to stand or do anything fun. So, when was she born last year?
February.
February, okay. When was she born last year?
Early February.
Okay. When was she born last year? March. When was she, when was she born last year? April. April, okay. Okay, I will have you guys bring them around. Then you can bring them in right here. Okay, you can take her first. We'll take her second. We'll go third and then fourth. They can all be blues, and we will just bring back the first place for State Fair lineup. Yeah. We have 4 dry yearling registered does out in the ring. Our 2 Toggenburgs sort themselves to the top quite easily in the terms of general appearance. They are a lot stronger on their feet and legs, being squarer, especially in that hock with more angulation to that rear leg set as well. When it comes down to 1 placing over 2, it is her advantages in body capacity. She has more arch and spring of rib. She's deeper through her barrel and wider through her chest. Our second place still will grant back some advantages in dairy strength. She does have a little bit more open angulation through her rib. She's a little bit sharper at her point of her shoulder. But again, it's definitely the general appearance that helps set these 2 apart from 3 and 4. 2 placing over 3 again for that general appearance, being sounder on her feet and legs. A doe that just has a lot of dairy strength, a lot of width down her top as well. Our third place animal will grant back some body capacity. This is the doe that's the most open in her rib in this class. However, her fault is with her legs. She does want to hawk in on those rear 2. I would just like to see her stand a little bit wider in that escutcheon as well. And then our doe that comes out into 4th place, a doe that you really have to appreciate for her overall general appearance. She's very long and level across her top. She's very tall at her withers. However, again, her faults do fall with her rear leg set. She does want to hawk in, does get very narrow between those hocks. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. For State Fair lineup, we'll just bring this doe in. So, yeah. If you guys actually want to come and bring them in side by side facing me. How old is she?
3.
And how many times has she kidded? 2. And when was the last time she had babies? February. And how about?
Same thing.
Okay.
3, 2, and February.
Okay, our tog will be first, and then this doe will be second. So. So for this dairy goat judging, it is going a little quicker than what our meat goat show did, just because we have less entries per class, but I also have my ADGA license, and I've seen about 200, 250 dairy goats this week. So I definitely have that picture in my mind of what I'm looking for our ideal doe. The young man's 3-year-old Toggenburg, I think fits that picture very well. She definitely has some advantages in mammary system over our second place doe. She blends more smoothly in that fore-udder attachment. She's more symmetrical in both halves of those udders. She also has a more desirable teat shape and size. And in terms of dairy strength, she's longer and leaner, and that blends more smoothly into her shoulder and has more open angulation throughout. Our second place doe will grant back some body capacity. She's a lot longer body doe that's very deep through the center portion of her barrel and very wide. And we should also commend the general appearance on this doe. She's a very long level top doe, but it's hard to beat a doe that just has that ideal picture. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
State Carolina.
Is this right there is good. Okay, so how old is she?
She's turning 17, so 6.
Okay.
She's had like 16 kids, so.
Oh
her
my
udder can be
goodness.
that way.
I've just been told that this is your very last chance to sign up for your blue ribbon auction. If you want a blue ribbon and a market class, not a market breeding doe, but a market class, and want to be in the auction, you need to get to the office now. You need your transporter running. Thank you.
And I shut it off.
That's okay. We have a single entry, 5 years and older. This doe is showing us a lot of advantages in dairy strength and body capacity. A doe that's very long and lean in her neck, blends smoothly into that shoulder. She has a tremendous amount of openness through her rib, a lot of arch and spring of rib as well. If I would maybe change anything, I'd just like to see her with a better attached mammary system. But being 7 years old, this mammary system's holding up pretty well. So let's give this exhibitor a round of applause. Yes.
Take care of Bailey, so you can bring her back when we're ready for that. Thank you. Anderson, Brett Carlson, Bailey Kyerleber, and Jenna and Brinley Scholl.
We just kind of want to make a circle around with her. Okay. And when was she born?
April 4th.
Okay. She can come back for state fair. We have a single entry junior recorded grade doe, a doe that again excels in terms of body capacity, a lot of arch and spring of rib. She has that dairy strength, being long and lean in her neck. And in terms of general appearance, you really have to love how long and level she is across her top, especially from her hips to her pins. And she also stands on a really good set of feet and legs. So let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Recorded grade milking 2-year-old does Noah Anderson, Brooke Roy, Jenna Lund, and Adley Schroll.
Yep, so you can just bring her over and set her up head to tail. Right there. Yep, so we'll face them that direction. Right there. Is this my class or do we have more coming? Do you know what month she was born last year?
Yeah, she was born March.
In March, okay. What month was she born last year? April. What month was she born last year? April. What month was she born last year?
Let me think. I got a lot of guts to think about. She was born April.
Okay. And then this one?
This one was born early March.
Okay. And when was she born last year? In February. We will walk them around. Right there. We'll take this doe first. This one will go second and then third. We'll go fourth. So you can take your goat next. And then we'll go this goat and then this goat. So you'll go up behind that other lady. So right there. For our yearling recorded grades, we have a very nice group out here. The Sawn and Appearing doe easily takes this class when she walks in the ring. She's the longest and levelest when she gets out on the move. She's very wide and level from her hooks to her pins, stands very square on her feet and legs, and also has more arch and spring of rib compared to our second place doe. Our second place doe is the one that has some advantages in dairy strength. She's very long and lean, then that neck runs smoothly into her shoulder. I would like to maybe see her with more arch and spring of rib. She does want to get a little flat in her forerib, but a doe, again, that is more structurally sound and helps place her over the third place animal. 3 is placing over 4 today for her advantages in body capacity. She has a lot of arch and spring of rib. She's deep through her barrel and wide through her chest. I would like to maybe see her a little bit wider, thorough to thorough, and through her pins as well. The young lady's Nubian that comes out in fourth, a doe that has that advantage in general appearance, being longer and level in her top line. She's also a doe that stands a little bit taller at her withers. She will grant back some dairy strength to our 5th place doe. You really have to appreciate how long and lean this doe is. it through her neck and blending into her shoulder. However, she does have some disadvantages today, not standing as wide in her escutcheon as the doe standing ahead of her. And then our last place animal today, I would just like to see this doe with a little bit more youthful appearance. She's not as feminine through her front end. However, we should really appreciate her depth of rib as she's the deepest in her barrel. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Noah Anderson.
How old is she? And how many times does she freshen? Okay. How old is she?
2 years.
And how many times has she had babies?
Once.
Okay. And how old is this?
2.
And how many times has she had babies? 1. Okay. We will walk them around and bring them in side by side. They can come in right here. We will take this doe first. We'll take this doe second, third, and then fourth. In this class of 2-year-old recorded grades, the first La Mancha that stands at the head of the class has the advantages across the whole scorecard. This is a doe that's sound in her structure. She stands on very good feet and legs. In terms of body capacity, she's the deepest in her barrel. She's also a doe that's very strong in her top line, especially in her chine and loin. In terms of her mammary system, she's the smoothest in her fore udder attachment, highest and tightest in her rear udder attachment, and is the most capacious today. She will grant back some length of body to our second place La Mancha doe. When you look 2 over 3, again, it is that mammary system that helps set her apart. She is a little bit more capacious. She's tighter at her fore udder attachment as well, and she has a lot more length and extension through that front 1/3. When we look 3 over 4, it is the advantage in her mammary system. She's more capacious in her mammary system. This is also a doe that I think has a lot of openness and spring of rib. She's deeper from our foreflank to rear flank as well. We should really commend our tog appearing doe standing in fourth for her advantages in dairy strength. This is the doe that's the longest and leanest in her neck and most correct in her head and breed character. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Milking 5 years and older recorded grade, Noah Anderson, Bailey Kyrleber, and Jenna Lund.
How many more do we have left?
Then we would have the whole group of unrecorded grade, and there are a couple of larger classes if you want to take like a 5-minute break or something after.
That would be great. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah. Just to kind of get off my feet and like.
See how there are classes in this unrecorded. Yeah, 13 junior doe kids, and I believe it's a bigger group, and 13 of dry yearlings.
Okay.
Those are the 2 biggest.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. So. Okay. So are you a single entry, or do we have a couple more coming?
I think it's just me.
Okay. And how old is she?
3.
And how many freshenings?
2.
2. Okay. Just one entry. We have a 3-year-old Alpine appearing doe. This doe may not have the best mammary system that we've seen today. She is a little loose in her forerunner attachment, but a doe that you really have to appreciate for her body capacity. You can just see the openness and arch and spring to her rib. A doe that's showing us a lot of dairy strength as well, being very long and lean in that neck, blending very smoothly into her shoulder, and has a lot of nice angulation at the point of her shoulder as well. So let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
And gentlemen, and when we are done with this class, we're just going to take a 5 or 10 minute break, give our judge a break. She's doing a great job. We're working right through this, but giving the kids a lot of pointers. So we'll just take a couple minutes break while we're out of these, and then we'll move into our unrecorded Great Dairy goats.
You can actually bring them in towards me. Well, okay. So how old? You said 7?
7, yep.
And how many freshenings? 6. She's a little light today, you said. Okay, and how old is she?
She's 6.
With how many freshenings?
5.
5. Okay. And how old is she?
She is 6.
With how many freshenings?
5 left in March. The twins.
Okay. The twins.
Fancy girl.
Can you just walk her a couple steps forward?
You want me to go down and back?
No. I'm just looking here. She does have a little, like, I don't know.
Just a little space between.
Yeah, that's the only thing I see there, but, you know,
She's
it's like,
still my favorite, so.
yeah, that works. I'll just have you take her back to the lineup then. Okay, so we will do 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you guys can just follow in line here. We have 3 age does here. Each one of them has their advantages. The young man's doe, for her being 7 years old, she's in terrific condition. The one thing I would like to change about this doe is just make her have a more capacious mammary system. But when you look at this doe in terms of her top line, she's the longest and levelest from her hips to her pins. She has a tremendous amount of width in her chest, deep through her barrel. She hits all of those categories except for her mammary system today. The young lady's doe standing in second, we'll give that advantage back to our class winner. She has the most capacious mammary system today that blends the smoothest from her fore udder into her rear udder. The one thing I would like to change on this doe is her front end assembly. She does want to carry her one leg out to the side a little bit more. I would just like to see it tucked back in. And then our doe that stands in third, a doe that I think just doesn't have as much capacity in that mammary system. She's a little bit coarser through her front end assembly as well, but a doe that has a tremendous amount of openness and angulation through that rib. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Emma Sheeter, Kendall Sunbeam, and Madison Fowler.
Okay, we will just make a.
Senior doe kids.
Yep, so you guys can start like a.
Nicholas Carter, Matthew Danielson, Samuel Danielson, Jenna Watt.
Right there is good. Do you know her birth date?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. What's her birth date? And what's her birth date? Okay, what's her birth date? What's her birth date?
April 1st.
And what's her birth date? May 8th. And what's her birth date? Okay, what's her birth date? Okay. And what's her birth date? What's her birth date? And what's her birth date? Okay. We will walk them around. You can bring them in right here. So since we have such a big class, what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of pull you guys out. It's not going to be your placing right away, just so I can get a better image with you guys all lined up, kind of in accordance to how I think they will be placed. So we will probably shuffle around a couple more times. So you can pull this doe out, and if you just want to kind of start a circle around, we'll pull this doe out, this doe, and then this doe. And then we'll go this one, and then this one, this doe, and then your doe, this doe, and then this doe. And if you just kind of want to come up the center here, right there's good. Oh, sorry. We just kind of want to bring her back legs in so that this bone is straight. It will actually make her look a little bit longer than when you have her stretched out. Why don't we switch these two? Switch these two. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring this doe between these two, and then you two can just slide up. We're gonna switch these two. So 2 white. 3 red. For this class of junior doe kids for our unrecorded grade, we definitely have a lot of differences. Our top 4, I think, are the most complete does out here, especially when you start looking at feet and legs. These does have a lot more body capacity, arch and spring of rib. Our next 3 does may grant back some dairy strength to some of our top 4. Couple of them may stand a little stronger on their feet and legs too. And then our bottom 4 that we have, we just would like to see them stand a little stronger, see them stand maybe a little wider on their rear too, maybe have more angulation to their hock, or just have more overall body capacity. So when we start 1 over 2, I think this doe is the most complete doe. She balances up the best in all the categories. She's very strong on her feet and legs. She has a lot of arch and spring of rib, and she's very strong in dairy strength as well, being very long and lean in her neck. She does have a lot stronger top line. When we move 2nd over 3rd, really what helps set this doe apart is her feet and legs. She's stronger and wider off her rear too, standing with more width between her escutcheon. Our 3rd place doe will grant back some strengths in that top line, especially in the chine and loin area. This doe is a little bit stronger. When we go 3 over 4, again, structure is a big thing that plays here. Our 3rd place doe is definitely a lot stronger on her pasterns. Doe that is longer and leaner in her neck, more open spring of rib. 4 over 5, a doe that again has a lot more body capacity. She's wider through her chest and brisket, deeper and wider through her barrel. One thing I would like to change about this doe is her rear 2 pasterns. She does get a little bit long and soft there. As we move back to our 3 alpine does, I think these does are very similar in their type and kind, and really what helps separate them again is coming down to feet and leg structure, how long and level they are in their top line. The young lady's doe that stands in 5th has a lot more length and extension through that front 1/3 than the other 2 does standing behind her. Then it comes into body capacity for 6 over 7, 7 over 8. We have does again that stand with a lot more width in the escutcheon, stand wider at their hock, wider and more level from their hooks to the pins. The young man's Nubian doe has a lot more body capacity, more set to her hock as well. When we look at the Nigerian dwarf over our alpine, doe that has a lot more body capacity for her size. And then our 2 does that finish out the class today, these does just lack the overall frame size or are flatter in their rib. They don't have as much body capacity as well. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Mariah Foltz, Bailey Kyrlieber, Jenna Lund, Eva Rustan, Tim Rustan, Anna Schuscher, and
What month
Alan
was she
Stoll
born?
are all on deck.
In February. When was she born? Okay. When was she born? Okay. When was she born? And when was she born? And when was she born? Okay. We can walk them around. will take her first. We'll go second, third, fourth, fifth, and then sixth. They can all come back for state fair and they're all blue. Yeah. Or are we missing one or two? Or is this the class?
No, I turned the page thinking that there was supposed to be more, but no, this is
Okay. We have our senior doe kid out in the ring right now. This class definitely has a lot to talk about. The young man's Nubian appearing doe definitely is the doe that has the most amount of body capacity in terms of arch and spring of rib. She's very wide through her chest. When she gets set up, she's definitely a lot wider from her hooks to her pins, wider thorough to thorough, and stands with a lot of width between her hocks. Our doe that stands in second will grant back some dairy strength, being a little bit taller at her withers, longer and smoother blending in that front end assembly as well. When we talk 2/3, again, it's dairy strength and general appearance. This doe is longer and leaner in her neck, more open in her rib, and definitely stands a lot leveler from her hooks to her pins, with more width in her escutcheon. 3 is placing over 4 today for her overall body capacity. A doe that has more depth, forerib to rear flank. She's also has more arch and spring of rib and stands with a very strong top line as well. 4 is placing over 5 today for her advantages in general appearance and dairy strength. A doe that's longer and leaner in her neck, stands a lot squarer on her rear 2 legs. 5 is placing over 6 today. A doe that I think has some advantages in general appearance. She's stronger in her top line. She's longer and more level from her hips to her pins and stands with more width between her hocks. We shall commend our last place doe today for her body capacity. She's very deep through the center portion of her barrel. I would just like to see her a little bit wider. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Matthew Danielson, Jada Emerson, Mariah Holtz, Bailey Kierleber, Jenna Lund, Eva Rustad, Tim Rustad, Emma Shisher, wait for it, and Atlee Scholl. On deck, unrecorded grade, Milky Yearling Doe, Evan Bond, Brianna Carter, Nicholas Carter, right there.
Okay, I'm just gonna start pulling does and you can start walking around in a circle. So I'll have you go first. We'll pull this doe out. This doe can go out, this doe, this doe. You can take your doe. You guys can move yours up a little bit. Okay, we will take this one. You can take yours and then yours. Let's go with this one. then this one, and then that one can go. And then if you want to just bring them in side by side. She just wants to keep itching her head. We'll take this doe first, second, and then third. We'll go this doe and then this doe. You can take your doe next. We'll take this doe next. You can take your doe next. If you guys want to scoot your goats back down this way. Okay. You can take your goat next. You can take your goat. We'll go this one, this doe, and then this doe. Can we switch these two? We have a very large class of unrecorded grade yearlings. This class does get a little bit more complicated to sort because I don't think there's an ideal doe out here. So it's looking for the doe that puts it together the best. And the young lady's doe that stands at the head of the line, I think fits that mold the best. This doe stands strong on her feet and legs. She may not be the biggest bodied doe in the class. She may not be the cleanest fronted doe in the class, but a doe that I think when you look at her in terms of soundness, a doe that stands really well. She's very long and level from her hips to her pins, and I think we'll have a lot of long-term longevity as well. When we go 2 over 3, this is a placement over again, body capacity, a doe that has a lot of arch and spring of rib. She's also a doe that has a lot of width through her chest. Our third place doe will grant back some squareness on her rear too. I think our third place doe may be a little bit longer and leveler from her hips to her pins. When it comes down to 4/5, a doe that you really have to appreciate for how long-bodied she is, a doe that when the young gentleman gets her set up, she stands very square on her feet and legs, has a lot of dairy strength as well. The young lady's Alpine Cross doe that comes out into 5th, a doe that has a tremendous amount of body capacity. She's deep through her barrel. I would like to maybe see her a little bit wider through her pin set, see her a little wider from hock to hock. The young lady's Tog appearing doe that comes out next. And again, another doe that has a lot of advantages in dairy strength. She's very long and lean in her neck. However, this is a doe, again, that gets very steep out of her rump. Would just like to level her up a little bit more. And then our next 3 goats, goats that I think just don't have as much center of rib shape. They don't have as much arch and spring of rib. They don't have as much width through their chest. However, does that still stand pretty wide in their escutcheon, I think they will be able to have very capacious mammary systems. Our next 2 goats, goats that I think, again, start to give up some of the soundness in their structure. They might be a little steeper out of their rump. And then our 2 goats that towards the end of the line just lack the overall fleshing that we want to see. They don't have as much width. They don't stand on as much bone. So I would just like to see them in a little bit better condition today to move up. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Dakota Dewey, Eva Rustand, and Emma Schiescher.
How many should I have? 3? Okay. How old is she?
Her birthday is January 9th.
Okay. How old is she?
I don't know, but she is 1.5 years old.
Okay. She's not gonna let me touch her. Okay.
She might let you touch her. She doesn't want to stand still though.
Okay. Okay. We'll just walk them around so I can get a rear view side by side. Yep, you guys can come right in here.
This is a very random housekeeping note. So in the email that went home to exhibitors about cleaning the 2 goat barns to the south here, on Saturday evening, it says to pitch to the center aisles. Well, since we had to bring in those center pins, that's not possible. So
Okay.
I'm going to ask you
We're
if
gonna
you
go
would make
first,
an extra effort
second,
to,
and
when
then
you bring
third.
your pins,
So
to bring it
you're just
and drop
gonna
it
want
in
to
the
bring
dirt
him
pile like
or
you've
her
been
right
doing
up there,
all week.
okay?
That would save us a lot.
And then you'll follow, and
I
then
know there are animals that'll be staying over Saturday night, but same thing
Right there.
applies for Sunday. Also, if you have pens in the middle and pens on the outer part, you can pinch, and when you leave, you can pinch from the outer into the middle, but we can't pile up all kinds of other down the narrow aisles that we have now. Thank you.
I'm enjoying the fan. It's very nice. Yeah. We have our yearling milkers out in the ring right now. The young man's Nubian doe is placing first today because she has the most well-balanced mammary system that's the most capacious today. She will grant back some general appearance to our second place doe. This doe's a lot leveler from her hips to her pins. 2 is placing over 3 today, again for that advantage in her mammary system and also in body capacity. She has more arch and spring of ribs. She's deeper through the center portion of her barrel. We shall command our 3rd place doe for her dairy strength. This doe is the longest and leanest in her neck and blends the most smoothly from her neck into her shoulders. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Yep. All 3 can come back. This is going to be a fun State Fair lineup.
It's always big. Everybody in the crowd has to come out.
And all 3 of those milking yearling on deck are milking 3 and 4-year-old does. Noah Anderson, Brianna Carter, and Nicholas Carter. And a tiny bit of silver lining, there are no granny milkers in the unrecorded grade. So the next class will be our last class before we start the State Fair lineup.
Okay. How old is she?
She's 3.
Okay, and how many times has she freshened?
Twice.
Okay. 3 years old?
2.
2. And how many times has she freshened? Once. Okay. How old is she?
2 years old.
Okay, and how many times has she kidded?
Once.
Hi. If you had a bigger goat, that would not have worked. So they would have ran away from you. I've tried it before. How old is she?
She was born February 27th, 2017.
Okay. Got her? Okay. We will walk them around. Okay, let's keep walking. You can take your go up front there. Okay. You can take your goat next. You can take your goat next. You can take your goat next, and then this goat. You can take your goat, this goat, and then that goat. We have our 2 and 3-year-old milkers out in the ring right now. This group, there is a lot of differences in there. The young lady's doe that stands at the head of the line has the advantages in general appearance. She's stronger on her feet and legs. She has a lot of advantage in body capacity as well. She has more arch and spring of ribs. She's deeper fore-rib to rear flank. And she also has a smoother fore-udder attachment coming in from that body wall. She also has a more capacious mammary system. 2 is placing over 3 today for her mammary system. This doe holds her udder higher and more level above her hock. She has stronger rear and fore udder attachments. Our third place doe will grant back some advantages on her feet and legs, as our second place doe does get a little soft in her pasterns. And our third place doe will also grant back some body capacity, especially in that rear half of her barrel. 3 is placing over 4 today for her advantages in her mammary system. She has a better attached mammary system that blends more smoothly from that body wall into her foreudder. She has a more desirable teat shape and placement as well. This doe is also bolder sprung in her rib. 4 is placing over 5 today for her advantages in her mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary system. She's also sounder on her feet and legs with more width in her escutcheon. Our fifth place doe will grant back some levelness of the top line when the young man gets her set up. She is a lot longer and leveler from her hooks to her pins. The young man's Nigerian dwarf doe has a tremendous amount of body capacity. I would just like to see her udder attachments be a little bit stronger. The young lady's Alpine cross doe that stands next in line, I would just like to see this young lady's doe's mammary system to be more capacious, to have better attachments and teat shape and placement, but this doe is very structurally sound. And then the young lady that finishes out the class, a doe that has a lot of body capacity. However, when you look at her in terms of general appearance, she does get really steep from her hip back. And I would also like to change how she holds that mammary system. She is very loose in her attachments. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Right there is good. This is it? Okay. Okay. Both can be blue, both can come back. Okay. We have 2 does in our 3 and 4-year-old class. I will leave them how they came into the ring. The young gentleman's doe has a lot more advantages in terms of general appearance and also her mammary system. This doe is stronger on her top line, especially in her loin, and also from her hips back to her pins. In terms of her mammary system, she has a more capacious mammary system with a more desirable teat shape and placement. We shall commend our second place doe for her dairy strength. Doe that's showing us a lot of openness in her rib and angularity throughout. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
No, but I'll see what I can do. Yes, we're gonna run out of time.
Right? Yeah. Okay. And then you were senior doe.
Yep.
Okay.
Recorded grade dry yearling doe.
I almost need my own little paper out
Jared
here.
Anderson, Noah Anderson, Bailey Kyrleberg, Jenna Vaughn, and Brittany Shore. Recorded grade milking 2-year-old doe. Noah Anderson.
I know, my sinuses are so full right now.
Better without it.
Recorded grade milking 3 and 4-year-old doe, Noah Anderson. Recorded grade milking 5 years and older, Noah Anderson, Bailey Kyrleber, and Jenna Vaughn.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna grab her. Can I grab your paper?
Hopefully you can
There's
understand.
stars by them if they're,
Or I just
or it just
Okay.
says all State Carolina.
Okay.
the number.
Okay. Noah Anderson, Junior Doe.
Noah Anderson, Brianna Carter, Mariah Foltz, Jenna Lott, Eva Rustan, Tim Rustan. If you showed an unrecorded grade senior Doe kid, you can bring her back for State Carolina.
Okay, so you are for recorded grade?
Unrecorded.
Okay, so you're all the way down here. We'll get you set up. Okay. So, okay, you're gonna go right here.
Right here?
Yep. And then face that direction. You were third. You'll go right here. So you were unrecorded grade.
Senior Doe.
What placing?
6th.
Unrecorded or recorded?
Unrecorded.
Okay, I think you'll be kind of like right here then. Okay, what goats are these?
Junior Doe kids. Yep.
Okay, and first, second, do you remember which?
He was ahead of this one.
Okay.
That was 3rd and this was 4th.
Okay, so third will go here, fourth will go here.
3rd right here.
Yeah, third right here. And then what place were you? Fifth? Okay. Yeah, fourth goes right in here. Okay. So you were recorded grades? What? Junior. Okay, what place?
I think I was.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what that one was?
That one was the one in front of me. That was 5th or 6th.
Okay, so then you're probably moving back here. Oh, goodness.
Anderson and Brianna Carter.
All right, we have recorded and unrecorded getting confused down there. So,
Where do you want your the register?
okay, registered.
This is registered.
Okay, junior, first, second, third, and then fourth.
So registered dry yearling.
Okay, she will go first here. Our senior Doe kids will be here. So, do you have any senior Doe kids?
Not registered.
Okay.
Wait, do I? Yes, I do. Okay, I gotta find strawberry.
Okay, so this was a yearling?
Yep.
First place?
I don't. I think so.
Jenna Lund?
Yeah, Jenna.
Okay, so you will be right there. Okay, if you want to figure out our unrecorded grades, they're getting all confused down there. I tried starting it, but okay. So we'll just face them that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
Was I second or third?
What was your name?
You are right here.
For dry yearling or for senior Doe kid?
Senior Doe kid.
You were third.
Okay.
So,
That one is.
okay, which one is this?
Let's see, that's Noah's.
Okay,
Senior,
so
registered senior. That's number 1.
so you'll be right out
And
here.
here's number 2 in the class.
Yep, so right there.
So right there. You're right there. In between these two.
Yep. Okay.
Not for sure which way you're going. Like stay there.
So yeah, first through back.
Okay.
For a dry yearling.
And dry yearling, the other 2 are not coming out.
Okay. Yeah, we're just
the
gonna,
one.
okay. And then we are nucleus. 3 to 4 year old registered.
Okay. I think this one is second place.
Brooke. Yep. She can go right here. And our first place was Noah Anderson. Does Noah? Okay. Okay. Okay, now for recorded grades, we need Noah Anderson for junior Doe kid.
Okay.
Okay, our dry yearlings for recorded grade. Do you?
I have 2 girls.
Okay. Guessing you may have one. Unrecorded? Okay. Okay. So she can go right there. Face that direction. Yeah.
Are we going to be way down there?
Were you guys recorded or unrecorded?
Unrecorded.
Yeah, you're all the way down
All
there.
right, we're heading that way.
Julius, who's this at?
This is Brooks, 2-year-old recorded grade milk feeder.
Where do I
What's your name? You were unrecorded, right? You're all the way down there. We will come get you when we get that line set up. Okay, so we have junior doe kid.
I didn't have any seniors. I don't know if there was.
Okay, dry yearlings.
Dry
is-
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll bring your 2-year-old right here.
This is Brooke.
Okay, so she was second, so you'll just step a little bit back there. Okay, she was first right there. Okay, just bring her back because those are dry and yours is milk. So, okay, so second goes there.
Hollywood is second. Yep, so other side of Jenna. And then other side of Janelle.
Okay, now for our milkers. We need a Noah Anderson for a milker for a 2-year-old
3-4-year-old should be right.
for recorded grade.
Recorded grade. I have. Oh, they're 2-year-old. Sorry. Wrong sheet.
Yeah, it was 2 La Manchas there, so that one can go in there, right there. Oh, let's see here.
The 3 and 4-year-old took back the barn.
Okay. Atlee Scholl, do you know who she is?
I don't. What class is this?
The recorded grade 2-year-olds.
2-year-old. I don't know who that is.
And then you took all the 5 and olders back?
No, he kept out. They're all still. I think 2 of them are there. The first 2, 1 and 2 are still there.
Okay. If you want to bring them out, it's up to you guys.
I think we have someone holding us, so I guess we'll bring them out.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
here.
they'll just go right here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
I got my
yearling.
dry yearling. This is like second place. This is third place milker. We've got the first, second, and third place milking 2-year-olds here. I'm getting there.
Okay. The Nubian can come right up here. Okay. We're waiting on one more here, I think. Okay. You guys are probably going right in here. Yes. Yep, so I don't remember which ones.
Number 1, that one is right here. And that was number 2.
Okay.
So the blue collar right here. And then green collar right behind that one. And then this one is number 2. And yours is right down here.
Do you guys have a dry yearling?
Yep.
Okay.
We do. Make sure. Yeah, we do.
Okay, here's your two other lists back.
Okay,
So
so I think we're close.
yeah,
So he was okay. So
he's first place.
first place in the
And then second
and the
place.
second place is back in its pen, but she's not
Okay.
state fair eligible anyway. So then yeah, we just you back up a little, and that's your 2-year-olds.
Yep. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just bring her back a couple steps there.
All
I'll
right
give you
then.
these.
And I was gonna say yeah, some of these need to get filled in. We've got Adrian filling in right here, right in that line.
I think.
You're right on that. So then we have to have our champion and reserve champion, and then we said fairly deep. You've probably heard the name Anderson many times. Fairly deep lineup, and then I've got to tell the kids like don't go way too fast because I can only write so fast.
Yeah. So maybe I will just start like just lining them up here, and then if you want to stand down at that gate, would that
Yes,
work?
And then Adrian comes and helps me get all of hers straightened out, which is a good thing. But so I think I can get my husband to announce our champion, and so I can start writing. I'll have him do the announcing. So,
Okay.
Okay, and so when you're ready, you're going to start lining them up, or do you want to say anything ahead of time, like
I'll
shake hands?
Yeah, I'll kind of go down through there. I kind of have to look to see who we have here and.
Shut it down.
Okay, we have a lot of goats out here. We're gonna do our state fair lineup. We're gonna do our champion doe. When we look through this set, does that are gonna come to mind for our champion are gonna be our senior does. So as we go down through and look at some of our milking does, looking for does that balance up the best, that have very capacious mammary systems that are very well balanced. They have really strong attachments. We're also looking for a doe that stands on good feet and legs and is going to have longevity. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of our champion and our reserve. But please, as I come, pull you out, just kind of line up along this fence so that your 4-H show staff can get you recorded and get everyone in the lineup. So I really appreciate coming up to West Ottertail to judge your fair. It was a great opportunity for me. I've seen a lot of quality animals today. So again, thank yourselves, thank your parents. I really appreciated this opportunity. So let's give everyone a round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You can take her right there. Oh, here. Congratulations. So you can take your goat down there.
by Noah Anderson, and the reserve champion by Dakota Dewey. Congratulations.
Okay, this doe will be next. This doe will go next.
We'll come and write down the names of the state fair lineup. Please be patient with
Okay,
us because there's going to
this
be a
doe
lot
can
of
go
names
next.
to get down.
This doe can come next. We'll go with this doe next. This doe can go next. We'll go with this doe can go next. Then this doe. This doe can go next, then this doe. This doe can go next. And then this doe. This doe can go, and then this doe, and then that doe, this doe, and then that doe, and then that doe. Okay. She can go, and then that one. This doe can go. This doe, and then this doe. This doe, then this doe, this one, and then this one. Okay. This one can go next. This one can go next after that one. And then we'll do this one. This one can go after that milker right there. And then we will go this one, and then this one, and then this one. We'll go with this one, and then these two, and then that one. So
I told you I was getting last again.
Thank you. It was nice working with your kids.
Thank you so much.
How long have you guys been raising goats?
My wife has been in the goat business for a long time.
Okay.
I'm highly allergic to everything, so I do as much as I can, and which isn't a whole lot. That's my wife for the grace, so she's right out there.
Okay. My husband's the same way. He breaks out anytime we do anything with pine shavings, and it's like...
It's just horrible. I just sneezing and coughing, and so I've been gone for a while, and I come back, and I'm good for a little while again, and then start it back over again.
Oh, yeah.
My shame on me, I forgot to get Allegra, so,
Yeah.
Yeah, we started out when the kids were little, we started out with pygmy goats.
Okay.
And they were fun, but they were really hard to keep in.
Oh, yes.
And we just moved our way up to where we're at now. And
We have some really nice goats.
Thank
so,
you.
yeah.
You guys going to the state fair?
Not down at Minnesota. I'm going out to North Dakota State next week. So I was down in Rice County, which is like Faribault area, on Tuesday to judge their sanctioned show. So
Cool.
yeah.
You're getting around then.
Yes, 15 fairs this summer.
Wow, that's
I am.
crazy.
Yes, this week has been the longest one. I had 4 shows, 2 yesterday. So
That's crazy.
yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
No problem. So,
How you doing? Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Nice job.
thank you.
I know that was able to follow your reasons really well. Pretty happy. So.
Well, I'm glad because
Yeah,
it's
pretty
like,
awesome. That's how I value a judge, not by who they pick. I mean, I agreed with your choices, but I mean, if I can follow reasons, then I'm happy. And I thought you were very good with reasons. Thank you. So I didn't follow the whole dairy show, but I don't understand dairy.
yeah, that's good. That's awesome.
It's a lot of fun down there. Yeah, it went a lot quicker than it's
Punky doing?
Taking hours and hours.
She's not shy. She's just, this has been a long week for her.
I can imagine. I left some of the flyers for our show.
Oh, good. Yeah, my niece is going. Are you judging the Swift one?
I am
The
not.
open show?
I am not.
But is that the one you left the flyers for?
Yeah.
Swift. Okay.
Yeah. So we have a kid coming over from SPSU to judge. So that has so should be interesting.
She's bringing a couple down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jada's gonna bring
And then I judged over in Glenwood City, Wisconsin yesterday. Okay. And like wars and all of that. So I think they're gonna bring some judges over Leatherford or something. So I didn't really know the family all that well, but I'm like, if you want to travel to Appleton, Minnesota,
Yes,
so.
Jack Dorsey. They came to